Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. My name is Ariana. I am the co-director of the Consent Academy, an international Seattle-based nonprofit that aims to promote consent as part of everyday life. And I'm very excited to be here today. I'm very excited to talk to you all. Also, it's very interesting. I was looking at some of my VODs recently and even on screen now that I actually can see my camera. And it's very interesting because, like, I'm pale, but I am genuinely not nearly as pale as this makes me look. And it's pretty funny that the camera just makes me look, yeah, like 5 shades lighter than I am. But anyway, setting that aside, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Whatever you're up to, however things are going, I'm pretty excited for today's topic. I did set the stream information to be that we're doing just chatting, and I'm going to switch it to Stardew Valley later because I think I can do that. And then maybe we'll do some other things today too after Stardew Valley because yeah, it might be nice to stream for a little while longer than usual today. Hello, Paladin Hulk, to Tibron and Jan Punkt. It's really lovely to see you all. Also, yes, both of my cats are here and they are being very cuddly. This is, of course, a heater. I always keep this blanket on it because, as you can see, it's like grating and it's not very comfy for them. And this way, they get to have a nice warm plots. And they often fight, even though there's more than enough room for them both to be here, they will often fight over like who is allowed to be on it. And I sometimes have to like put my hand in between them like this to get them to just behave. This one is named Babby. And this calico one back here, her name is Cutie. And they are siblings. And I got them from Romania. They were rescues from Romania. I love them both so much. They're just great. Anyway, uh, yeah, Babby's name is a reference to a very funny question that someone asked a million years ago on Yahoo Answers. They were trying to ask how does pregnancy happen, but they said how is Babby formed, and it was just very funny. And he's basically a big baby, but like not quite like he's kind of like a hot mess of a cat. He's like incredibly goofy, not as coordinated as you would expect a cat to be, and does a lot of very silly things. Um, and Cutie, we were thinking of calling her something different, but she's very small and very cute. And while I was trying to figure out what to call her, I just kept calling her a cutie, and then she started responding to it. Anyway, I will always show off my cats. And I also spell it like that. I spell it QT. Though technically their legal names are Alice and Maddie. They have like EU animal passports. And those are their legal names. But yeah, no. Anyway, I want to really continue today with discussing friendship. I think this is a theme I want to stay on for probably a pretty long time, sort of like how we talked a lot about different infrastructure issues for a long time. And I still want to keep talking about those because it is relevant to why a lot of us struggle with friendship. There are a lot of reasons why we struggle with friendship, and that's why it's going to give us a lot of content. It is also, I think, something that's really important to talk about because, as we've talked about with many things, we tend to really individualize this problem. We tend to really like locate the source of any kind of issue within the individual. And while there might be some details here and there in any one individual that is an add-on to these problems, most of the time, the details that are unique to any one individual person would not by themselves lead to this epidemic of loneliness that a lot of us deal with, and are also often the byproduct of these other sort of systemic issues. So it's very much like the root cause of this, if we use some sort of systems thinking, the root cause of why hi Rodden, so many of us struggle with friendships and loneliness more broadly is very much not located in the individual. Now, I know, like, I already hear the, like, PragerU types, oh, hey, Krellin. Yeah, I'll just show you the kitties again. I'll just tilt it so you can all take a look at my cute cats. I hear the right wingers trying to say like, oh yeah, of course, another leftist who's just trying to blame, the system or the world for their problems. And it's very much not that. Like there are ways in which we can talk about individual agency within systems that are dysfunctional as a way to reduce negative impact and suffering. And that's where we're going to talk about what we can do about these things. Because it's often multiple things can be true at the same time without canceling each other out. The source of many of our problems that we face are systemic in nature, but that does not mean that we have no individual agency within a dysfunctional system to try to make things better. However, it is also still simultaneously true that the origin of the problem is not located within the individual. It's also true that the systemic issues that create these problems are barriers to even the most sort of like effortful, endeavors to overcome any of these things. The systemic issues would still be barriers, are going to make it harder. Whereas if we were dealing with a system that facilitated things like friendship and achievement and life satisfaction in these other ways, that putting forth like Herculean effort as an individual to try to, have deeper friendships and sense of community and connectedness with others would probably lead you to just being like in some sort of like idyllic state. Versus now where like you basically have to either get really lucky, have certain resources that many of us don't have, or again, get really lucky with your efforts being effective to not fall into the place where your primary people that you interact with are a partner if you have one, or partners if you have multiple, family if you're close with your family at all, and coworkers, and then the people of passing acquaintance, and that I think is pretty common for a lot of us. I think it's pretty limited to who most of us interact with. And a lot of the time those relationships are pretty surface level. Anyway, Paladin Hulk, I don't think there are PragerU types here. If someone like accidentally strayed into this, but I do think it is important. How do I want to say this? I don't think I should always be on the defensive against like red herrings and straw men of, whatever things I'm talking about. I also think that I don't want to fall into the trap that also happens in a lot of leftist discourse, which is like, if you don't have, ever the perfect amount of nuance and consider all things simultaneously, your analysis is trash, because that's also ridiculous. But I do want to be mindful of certain critiques that are like little seeds inside bullshit. Think of it this way. You've got a bunch of bullshit that comes out, right? Poop. And then usually inside of there's some seeds, right? Like if you're, you got a sesame bagel or something, those seeds probably survived and can be planted. And those seeds might have some useful things. Well, the majority of the stuff we're interacting with is bullshit. There's some useful seeds in a lot of that stuff. So that's more where I'm coming from. Anyway, Aradin, do your cats like to sometimes get really close to your computer monitor? Because my cats, especially Babby, I'll be like playing Elden Ring or whatever, and he'll just like want to have his face like right, like 2 inches from the screen and just be like, ooh. And I have to tell him that's bad for his eyesight. Anyway, let's get into it. Facebook reminded me that I shared this a few years ago, and it brought me a lot of joy. So I just want to share with you all. It's, I think, a Tumblr post, and someone took a photograph of a child's answer to a question. The question was, who is your hero? Write two things that make this person a hero. And the child wrote, I am one of my own hero. First, I am kind to myself, and second, I do things I want. And the person who posted it commented, grading my third graders' papers, and I see this, and then like a happy cry emoji. And then someone else replied with, fuck yeah. And I just want to say, I love this. I love this because I think that we should appreciate ourselves as much as we can. I don't mean like descend into imagining you're an ubermensch or like some kind of incredible arrogance or, conceitedness, but I mean genuinely love yourself. Genuinely, be good to yourself. Try to be gentle with yourself inside and out, especially with how we talk to ourselves about ourselves and about our own lives. Try to recognize, all the wonderful things you're able to do for yourself and do for yourself every day. And yeah, I mean, I know this is something I talk about on and off, but I personally benefit a lot from feeling like a really strong sense of sort of like awe and reverence at the sheer fact of my own existence and like the existence of everything. Like literally every day I wake up and I'm just like, holy shit, existence is real and like what? Just like reality. And I know it sounds like I'm high, but I'm definitely not. This is just how my brain is. But it allows me to cultivate a really deep sense of satisfaction in the mundane. And I mean, it leads to its own negative side effects sometimes where like I'm so intensely in love with the fact that I get to exist and I get to just like feel textures and taste things and smell things and like pet my cats and, you know, uh, yeah. Anyway, I was going to give you more examples and I was like, that's just going to continue to make everybody think I'm high all the time. Um, but yeah, I feel like what I want to say, I can't really put into words very well, but I really want for everybody, for people to have the options that would allow them to feel this kind of like awe and reverence for one's own existence and kindness towards oneself and cultivate appreciation for your own existence. And that's not to say that like there aren't other barriers to that. Like I've got clinical depression and all kinds of other issues and chronic pain and stuff. So like for sure it's a work. It's effort is needed to get me to that place. But working on it has really benefited me. And I've seen it benefit other people. Not me working on it, but other people working on it. And yeah. Anyway, um, you can be your own hero by being kind to yourself and doing things that you want. Um, and so Arad and Krellin, you said both your cats do that. Nice. Existence is too real. It honestly hurts my brain sometimes. Not in like a it's difficult to think about, but more just it's overwhelming. Just thinking about the universe and like trying to hold all of existence in your mind at the same time. It's why movies, if you've never seen it, I'm pretty sure it's still on YouTube because the person who made it released it on YouTube. It's called Life in a Day. That movie always makes me cry because it's just devastatingly beautiful. Just to think about how much life is happening in every moment of every day. And then if this is the only planet that has life on it, which I don't actually believe to be true, but even if other planets have life on them, including sort of however people want to quantify intelligent life or life that is sort of, analogous to us and other, life forms on this planet, like elephants and dolphins and stuff. We might be the only planet where music exists. We might be the only planet where the idea of beauty exists. Yeah, anyway, it's just a lot. I spend a lot of time thinking about this. It's also why I'll do things like read Schopenhauer's Philosophy and cry. Um, Schopenhauer's my problematic faith in philosophy because he was also a raging misogynist and a bunch of other things, but I still believe one of my toxic traits is I believe that if I went back in time, I could convince Schopenhauer to think I was cool. Anyway, uh, yes, setting that aside. Um, Aradin, you said a lot of us, I know that I have an issue with this, sadly connect self-esteem with arrogance. Yeah, that's one of those things too, where that's why I really wanted to stress, like, I'm not talking about arrogance or like egomania, because people do really associate self-esteem with arrogance. And that I think leads to some people not developing self-esteem or even sometimes intentionally quashing it down. I do take a very Buddhist view to this and think that the middle path is sort of the way to do things, which is not going towards either extreme, sort of like taking a balanced view, which is that like it can't all be about bolstering oneself and one's, sense of accomplishment and place within the world, but you also can't negate the self. And it's really important to nourish and nurture oneself as much as possible. Okay, let's look at the next thing. I think I have one or two other random things before we get into the deep stuff. This is on Reddit. It's just some Christmas markets. I was just at the Christmas markets in Vienna the other day. Krillin, yeah, we're probably the only planet with ducks. If other planets have sexual reproduction, though, we're probably not the only planet in which some animals have corkscrew penises. If you didn't know, ducks have corkscrew penises, and they're weird. Um, Anyway, extremes are never good. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I think like some extremes can be good sometimes, uh, as long as they're not hurting people. Um, okay, anyway, Christmas market. These are in Romania, but I think that this is an example of public space being used for the sake of community building. Yes, it's also used. Yeah, and cats are I mean, it's just so weird. Just so weird. Yeah, and it's also why, like, when a cat is in heat, she will mate with like many cats, and the barbedness will cause ovulation. So, a cat can give birth to a litter of kittens, where each kitten actually can have a different father. Um, Cat reproduction is very interesting. Um, yeah, anyway. Also, he sometimes when he gets like really stressed out or really bored, will try, even though they're both fixed or like neutered and they've been neutered since they were like 4 months old, he will still try to mount his sister, but he's really bad at it. And he like doesn't understand how to do it. So he'll just be like humping her face and often tip himself over and like fall off of things. And it's pretty hilarious. And yeah, she hates it because he's also usually like trying to bite the back of like her scruff and pulling her skin too high out because he's like does not actually know what he's doing, and it's pretty funny. Um, yeah. Anyway, it's very interesting to me to think about not wanting children and like teenagers to know about sex and stuff when you consider the fact that about 100 years ago, 90% of the world's population was employed as farmers, more the further you go back. And if you're on a farm, you learn pretty quickly how babies are made. Like it's pretty obvious. You see the cows, you see the chickens, you see, the goats, pigs, whatever livestock you have around. And even if you're not primarily doing animal farming, you're usually still going to have animals as assistants in your labor. And so you're usually going to be pretty aware of it. And just proximity to other nature, you're usually pretty aware of it. And it's just very interesting to me to think about like, oh no, we have to protect the innocence so they can't know about sex. And I'm just like, but most of human history, people usually knew about it real quick. Like you just just going to see it happening all around you. And that's setting aside the fact that a lot of families lived in like single room houses and had like 12 siblings. So there was no way you didn't know. Anyway, I'm digressing. It's just a thing I think about sometimes with like the idea of whatever situation, whatever context a person is born into, we have a tendency to believe that that is normal and default, and like we want to retcon a lot of history to believe, like project our current values onto the people of the past. And it's silly. It's very silly. Like that book I've read a chapter from a million years ago, The Time Traveler's Guide to Medieval England. There's a whole chapter in there about like sex jokes and like, you know, yeah, lots of things like that. Anyway, yeah, we do really infantilize adolescence. Um, yeah, Digimon, it's wild that cats can have different fathers and be in the same litter. Um, yeah, it's true. They're more concerned with their own comfort than really protecting anybody. If you haven't seen it yet, it's actually really hard to watch. I only watched the first two episodes and then I had to take a break. But there's a show on Netflix called Inside Man. It's got Stanley Tucci and um, the guy who played Doctor Who. Mm, I feel bad that I'm forgetting. David Tennant in it. And definitely Ash and I are going to do a podcast episode about it because there's so much to talk about consent, about accountability, about saviorism, about people who have a sort of like weird internalized victim complex feminism, people who make themselves feel helpless, and just, yeah, there's like all this stuff going on. Um, yeah, you're right, Krellin. A lot of people have to but Inside Man, there's a lot to talk about there. And I bring it up because there's ideas of like protecting people and what does it mean to protect somebody. And there is also, I think, in there another really good discussion about the way certain interpretations of Christianity, and even if you're not a Christian yourself, just being raised in Christian cultures can engender this idea of like goodness and redemption being only valid in a very Jesus-like fashion. It's why a lot of the time, like movies, when they end, if they end with the sort of bad guy redeeming themselves by just dying, I don't really like that ending because I'm like, well, now they're not here to help clean up the mess they made. Now there's like maybe loss of a very essential information since we don't know all the ways in which they caused harm or like whatever, and we can't undo the systems they created without their help. And anyway, this is also really at play in this story. It's really, really fascinating. I'm very excited to talk with Ash about it. We have like 7 different things lined up for our podcast, and it's just we've been too busy. Like we both keep taking notes, and uh, we just have not had time to sit down and talk about everything. But there's a lot of good media that's got great consent discussions in it. Yeah, exactly. Bad guy is still bad, but at least dead ending. But also, Jan, there's the ending of like the bad guy is redeemed by sacrificing themselves. Think the Rise of Skywalker ending, if you watched Star Wars. But this happens like a lot, right? And it's, to me, it's not to say that that story is like never good because sometimes it does make sense, but other times it makes me really sad because I feel like there's a lot of lost opportunities. But it's also, I'm definitely not a fan of, a carceral justice, punitive justice systems. I'm really focused on like redemption and, yeah, and accountability and using systems thinking to reduce harm rather. Yeah, anyway, that's also a time for another thing. Going back to this picture that's on the screen, um, This is a Christmas market. If you've never experienced one, I really recommend them. I've been to them in multiple countries, in France and Germany and Austria, and um, I think it's technically a German tradition. I think it's where I would agree, Krellin. Vader's sacrifice is a little bit more earned. Um, the same thing with like Obi-Wan sacrifice, right? Like that's a similar kind of like I'm going to sacrifice myself because it will like give me the power to sort of help goodness. And again, this is not to say that this is a bad story per se, but the fact that that ends up being one of the only ways people conceptualize redemption, I think also comes down to why people, for example, who are in leadership who've caused harm will often believe that the only solution then is to resign from their position of leadership. Now, sometimes they should because they maybe have, you know, really betrayed the trust that the community placed in them, and the community no longer wants to give power to them. And you can't really lead if you don't have people who are willing to give power to you. But at the same time, I think it's not always appropriate. And I think that it's often a way to escape actual accountability. Um, yeah, death is lighter than a feather, duty is heavier than a mountain. I really like that because I think that's actually true. And I think a lot of the time, like death that's either literal or a figurative death, you know, just like removing yourself from the situation, is a way to escape accountability. I have a lot of things. This is going to be a long stream. I'm just going to put that out there. It's going to be a long stream. And Charlie is at, I don't have anything to do tonight because Charlie's at someone's thesis defense today. And then there's like this big, you know, event afterwards. And then since it's going to be more exposure, since they're going to a restaurant, we're going to go back to socially distancing in the house for like a little while. So yeah, I'm probably going to stream for longer today, which is great because I have so many things I want to talk about. Okay, Christmas markets. Christmas markets. So they are, yes, places to buy things, but when done really well, a lot of the time they are local goods, locally made things, and they can be really nice. So, for example, one of the ones that I really want to go to is like a place that sells 100% wool, handmade, really nice, like house shoes. It's really cold here, and the floor is often cold. My feet often are cold. And because my feet are often cold, you can't really see it because there's not enough light, but I've got my legs are up, and that's not really great for my posture because I'm always just like sitting in a little ball at my desk. And so I want to get Charlie and I some nice house shoes at one of these Christmas markets, and it's great because it's also like local sheep farmers and textile weavers and stuff. It's cool. But they're also great places to get things like punch and mulled wine and hot chocolate and really tasty snacks. And there's like displays. And I was just, the one we were just at, there was like a really cute merry-go-round that was bicycle powered. So it was small, and it was like made from all of these like reclaimed materials, and it was very cute. And there's these two people on on bicycles on either side, and they like made the merry-go-round go around. And there was like goat petting, and you could buy a Christmas tree, and they're lovely. I really, really like them, and they create a place for people to gather. You don't have to spend money to go them. You can just walk around, you can get samples. There's delicious smells. There's often people playing music. There's, you know, lots of things that are happening. But you can also buy things. And it's also a place that gives you structure to meeting people outside. So they're often really decorated, like you can see in this picture. And lots of people come together, and it's very nice. And there's lots of little stands that will sell foods and snacks. That's the same thing, drinks, and all kinds of stuff. So one of the reasons why I bring this up, candied almonds. Yeah, oh my goodness, they're so good. I got some of those because I smelled them across like an entire park, and I was just like, candied almonds, I need to find them. There's a lot of really good food there, like roasted chestnuts. It's amazing. Potatoes every way you can imagine them. Um, it's really nice because it gives you something social to do that's outside of the home, that's a third place, which is what we talked a lot about last week, that is also something that brings people together. It is, generally speaking, they can also be called winter markets. They're not always called Christmas markets. I think some places have really tried to distance them from the idea of being like explicitly about Christmas, especially because, a lot of people are not Christians, and people want to feel like they belong. Like, it's this, people can feel like it's mincing words, but it can make it so some people feel like, is this actually for me? And it should be for everybody. But it's really lovely because when it's dark and it's cold and the sun goes down here at like 3:30, which is really awful. I mean, I like night and I like the dark, but somehow the sun setting that early definitely, it's not awful. What I mean to say there is I don't love the idea that we're supposed to have the same lifestyle all year long. It's the same with I don't love the fact that people try to live the same lifestyle no matter what environment they live in. It doesn't make sense for somebody who lives in the Arctic Circle or in, Doha or in Singapore to all try to live the exact same lifestyle as each other. It just and have like the same kind of apartment, and it doesn't make any sense. It's really okay for things to be like locally very different. And I also feel the same way about we're allowed to change our lifestyles with the seasons. And if you follow us on social media, yesterday I made a post of like winter consent affirmations, and one of them, um, and this is a really interesting point, Jan. That also makes a lot of sense. Um, One of them was that like I'm allowed to slow down and rest. And I think a lot of people feel that's not something you're actually allowed to do in winter. People often feel like, no, I should still be getting up at 5 a.m. and going for a run every day. I should be just as productive as I am in summer. But our bodies respond to changes in light. It's normal to have less energy in the winter. Now, some people have more energy in the winter. I certainly feel at my lowest energy in the year during the summer because my body does not respond to hot weather very well. And yeah, I like winter better. Um, that being said, I think that winter markets are a nice way to sort of bring people out of a space that feels like hibernating, but also not push you towards, I need to be just as active and productive as I am in the summer, but still gets people out of the home and into social activities and public spaces. They're almost always hosted in public places. Um, oh, wow. You had to explain it a lot of times. But yeah, this makes sense that like calling it a winter market would allow it to be open for longer. And this is also one of those things like I can, even though I don't really celebrate Christmas, I kind of get sad after it's over because January and February are often colder and there aren't really that many holidays during them. And like a lot of the lights get taken down and there's less sort of like festiveness and less things that are bringing people together. And I know in Vienna, or like Austria, January is the ball season where people literally still go to balls. And so people are like, oh, yeah, it's fine after Christmas is over. And New Year's, we all just go to balls. And that sounds cool, but we still have a pandemic. So I don't really want to go dancing in enclosed spaces. I do enjoy a good waltz. I do know how to waltz. It's pretty easy, all things considered. It was like required in my ballet school when I was a kid to learn how to waltz. But anyway, I would love to do that. But I wish we had other things that were public because waltzes and balls, some of them are very public. Some of them you don't have to have these big dress codes, but they're not all that accessible. Um, I agree, Arad, and even nature agrees it's okay to rest. It's also important to know that like pretty much all animals are lazy. Like even insects are pretty lazy. Like bees will take naps during the day. Ants will often pretend to be working and they're just chilling out or just like hanging out with their friends. Yeah, apex predators spend most of their time just flopped doing nothing. It is, in fact, kind of a biological imperative to be lazy because you need to conserve calories normally. And that is a gene base. There are probably a whole host of genes that actually encourage us to not expend energy. There are some people who have, I don't remember which gene it is. I'm sorry, I'm not really good at always remembering the names of particular genes. But if they found that if someone has two copies of this gene, exercise will actually feel physically painful to them. And most people have at least one copy and it encourages them to feel hesitant to do physical activity, especially to exercise like at the gym, to just do like pure training. And it's very rare for someone to not have any copies of this gene. And that we can, usually, I'm very, very skeptical of anything that's like a one-to-one relationship with genes. It's often, there's some things like certain genes we know to like BRCA1 and 2 mutations are like, implicated in something like 80% of all breast cancer. But setting those are pretty rare when we can say like, yes, this gene, this specific one. It's even like genetic testing for a lot of diseases. They always say to you, yes, we know these like 15 genes might give you something in this family of conditions, but you can still have this condition and have none of those genes. So it doesn't, anyway, again, another tangent. Um, but yeah, it's a biological imperative to be lazy. So it's okay to be lazy. It's definitely okay. And especially in winter, it's okay to slow down and to rest. Um, wow, Christmas markets in January really are only allowed to happen in that short time period. Yeah, and I agree, Auden. January and February are the most dreary and depressing months, which is rough because my birthday is at the end of January. And like, it's nice because I usually will have like two big parties. Not because I'm that special. It's just like, no, it's just an excuse to have huge parties. And I like to have like a ton of people over and like play board games and watch movies and like bake and all this stuff. It's a good excuse to be very festive and have a lot of fun. But not during COVID. Anyway, Christmas markets, I think, are a way to do this. And third places. It would facilitate another kind of third place and helps promote friendship. Okay, let's set this aside for a second. I thought that it would be nice today to actually do a little bit of consent basics. We're already 40 minutes into the stream. Wild. Um, and because we did this almost a year ago was the last time we actually looked at our consent basics information. But I think it would be nice to actually just do a little bit of review because it's also really relevant to friendship and how to make friends. So let's just talk about what our model at Consent Academy, what our model of consent is. So we have this idea of valid consent. And why we talk about valid consent is because you can say yes to something, but that consent is not actually ethically valid for a whole host of reasons. And also, getting a yes from someone does not necessarily mean that the situation is actually consensual. It's very reductive to believe that, like, I know some countries created these like apps where before people on a date like have sex, they're supposed to both agree in the app that we're both consenting to this, as though you can't like reverse your consent or something in the middle of like there's so many things wrong with those apps, but it's also neglecting to consider context. So, Discord party, that sounds nice. I do want to do some watch parties on Discord. That is really a plan I'm going to do. So, probably this Sunday will be the last stream for the year. Maybe I'll do one next Tuesday. It depends on how much energy I have because I need a little bit of a break. from work in general. But in the meantime, I think it'd be really fun to do some watch parties on Discord of some documentaries and just talking, look, watch some clips of things and just talk about consent. Um, I will announce those things. Anyway, consent. Let's get back to this. So, why is consent important? So, as it says here, consent is essential in all interactions between two or more people, but also with yourself. It is possible to violate your own boundaries, and it's important to stay connected to yourself and how you're feeling about things. Um, Consent creates safety and gives people the ability to make honest decisions. Consent is about more than yes and no. It's a process of understanding made through communication and discovery. I know I've talked about this many times on both Tuesday and Sunday streams, but consent is not only about trying to pre-plan things. Trying to pre-plan, trying to actually get consent before things happen is good. That is good consent practice. But even if you did that every time you ever needed to get consent for anything, you would not prevent yourself from ever violating someone else's consent or ever having your own consent violated. And we very often affirm other people's consent without doing any planning. Because consent is always also partially a process of discovery. This is definitely one of those aspects of our model that gets some people who are very sort of, let's say, angry maybe about consent to not really like our model, because some people really want to take this incredibly hard line that's like, only this way of doing consent is valid, and it's only valid if it's this, and if it's not this, the person is bad and they're evil and they're an abuser. And that is not ever what we're talking about. There are some extremes. There are some outlier situations where, yes, that is always non-consensual. It is always wrong, and it's never okay to do this thing. There are some things where it depends heavily on the culture or the laws. Again, also, we're not talking about the legal system. I'm not giving you any legal advice. We're just talking about our ethical framework. Okay, so what do we think is important for getting valid consent? Well, I'm going to actually come down to this bottom part here a little bit if you're watching along or looking at the screen. Autonomy. So we like to think of autonomy as, we have this little like drawing of a building here. We also like to think of it as the foundation of this building. And autonomy is the concept that people get to say what happens to and with their body, their beliefs, their story, their mind, their information. Now, sometimes people get weirded out about this idea of your story because they think, well, what if we both experience something and we have different views about what happened? Well, in that case, you're telling your story. What we mean here is you can't say whether or not, for example, something was or wasn't consensual for somebody else. You cannot say for someone else whether or not something was or wasn't significant or wasn't harmful or pleasurable or good. That is something only they can decide. Also, the difference between your story and your information is stuff like you would fill out on a government form, like your name, your date of birth, where you live. This is stuff that comes under the sort of discussion of things like surveillance capitalism and how that's very non-consensual because it's misusing your information, and you often don't actually have the ability to consent to it. It's just done without your consent and often without your knowledge. And even apps that say, like, we're not going to track you, we're not going to sell your data, do. So, yeah, there's a lot of non-consensual stuff with your information, but also your story. People don't have the right to out you about anything. There are exceptions, right? Like if it's to prevent certain types of harm from happening. Yes, like I could go to, someone who can help stop a certain type of harm from happening and let them know. There are laws where people might be obligated to report certain things to the police, for example. That's different. But generally speaking, like if I tell somebody a secret about me, that doesn't then give them the right to go tell other people. Okay, so then autonomy is something we all have. And my autonomy ends or your autonomy begins. We have the great idea of like, I'm allowed to throw my fist up until the point your nose starts. I can't throw it past that. Another way to think about it too is whenever our autonomy overlaps, which often it does, we have to negotiate because we can both have autonomy over things like our surroundings, right? What temperature I'm going to feel the most comfortable having it at. How loud do I want to listen to my music? How late do I want to stay up? But if I feel like the best thing for me is to stay up until 2 a.m. every day, but for my partner, staying up any later than say 11:30 is really difficult, we're going to have to negotiate around that because if I stay up a lot later, I might be waking him up, I might be disturbing his sleep, and so that would be an example of how our autonomy can overlap. Sometimes people feel like this isn't about consent. They're like, oh, isn't that just being a good roommate? And it's both at the same time. Like, yes, that's just being a good partner, a good roommate, just a good friend, whatever. But it's also about consent because it's going to affect the ability Charlie has, my partner, to make decisions about what's best for him if I'm always staying up until 2 a.m. and then waking him up when I get into bed. So, yes, thinking about that. And you cannot forcibly, sorry, this is not all the way scrolled down. You can't forcibly change someone's views on anything. You can help people change their minds, but they can only be the ones to change their own minds. So let's think about some other aspects we like to talk about with consent: capacity. So consent is only valid when all the people involved are capable of giving and receiving consent. Each person must be able to both give and understand a clear-headed yes or no. Some things that can impair capacity are alcohol, lack of sleep, emotional vulnerability, significant grief or loss, mental health, loud music, power dynamics. Capacity is like, are you actually capable of understanding what people are asking of you, of connecting with your feelings about things, connecting with yourself about, do I actually feel comfortable doing this thing or not? Am I actually able to respond? You know, if I'm incapacitated, I have zero capacity, I cannot consent to something. Informed consent. For consent to be valid, all people involved need to know what's being asked of them, and they need to understand it. So if you tell me, hey, here are the risks of this surgery, that doesn't necessarily mean it's informed consent, because if I don't really understand what those risks mean, if you tell me there's like a risk of permanent brain damage with something, I might be like, okay, but what does that permanent brain damage mean? Does that mean I might not be able to walk or speak or like swallow properly? Like, the brain damage can mean many things. So what does that actually mean? I have to understand what that means as well. And if a doctor was looking for informed consent from me and they wanted to do a good job of it, they would really need to take the time to make sure I understood what they meant by, there's a risk of permanent brain damage. It's not enough to just tell me, here are the risks of this. What do these risks actually mean? What would that really look like? What would be the treatment options for that? How would that affect all these aspects of my life? And that also means that people have to be open and honest. I don't know what it is I don't know. It's not my fault if I didn't realize I needed to ask about something in negotiating informed consent. If I don't know enough about the situation to begin with, especially if the person asking for my consent knows a lot more than me, they have a greater duty to be forthcoming with information. And a lot of the time, the solution to this is to slow down and to check in and to make sure people are really okay and to check in multiple times throughout the process. The next aspect we like to talk about is agreement and boundary setting. So once you have capacity and you know what is being asked, the next step is to either give a clear agreement, yes, or to state a clear boundary, no. The clearer and more unambiguous you can be in your answer to any request, the less opportunity there is for confusion and for misunderstanding. So this is not to say that nonverbal consent is not real. It's just riskier. So our model of consent, for some reason, just the tip of my nose is like really itchy right now. Probably cat hair. Um, our model of consent is not basically like how to never violate consent, how to do it perfectly. It's a risk reduction model. That's all we can talk about is like, how do I reduce the risk of violating someone else's consent or having my consent violated? And how do I increase the likelihood that we will affirm each other's consent and that we will practice it well? So, a clear, unambiguous verbal yes or no is much less risky than something nonverbal or ambiguous. We don't like to use the idea of enthusiastic because enthusiasm looks different from different people, and not everybody, you can be unenthusiastic about something and still be giving very valid consent. So, the next part here, which I mentioned a bit earlier, is discovery. Learning about consent is a process of trial and error. We each affirm and violate consent in small ways every day. When you meet someone for the first time, it's important to be very clear and explicit about your expectations and boundaries. This can be really difficult too because we all walk around with frameworks for consent in our minds. We walk around with an idea of what is and isn't normal to do with a complete stranger or, someone in a coffee shop or, a customer service person or a family member or an old friend. And the more we develop a relationship with someone, the more those default frameworks are going to become specialized. However, we can come into a situation and have completely different default frameworks, right? I have ideas about, when I have people over for dinner, of what I expect them to do and not to do in my house. I expect them to eat food, ask for drinks, probably use the restroom, maybe need a place to lie down. Definitely a place to sit, but maybe they want a place to lie down, especially if they ate too much. If they have kids, I'll expect that they might need a private space to, say, change diapers. I expect that, like, it's pretty normal for things to get spilled, and that's a risk that I take with inviting people over, but I also expect people to be mindful of it. So, like, if anytime I've had house guests and they want to drink wine, I say to them, like, you can only have your wine glasses like at the table. Like, I want either like over the tile in the kitchen, or you need to be sitting at the table and keep your wine glass at the table. Because I'd much rather you spill a wine glass on, a tablecloth that's easy for me to clean than potentially stain the carpet that I have. And sometimes people are like, what? But I have had too many house guests that spill wine too many times that I'm like, no, this is just my boundary. If you want to drink wine in my house, this is one of the things I ask. Now, the thing is, I didn't get to understand that I had this boundary until I had a lot of consent incidents happen around it. And that's an example of how it has to be about discovery. Um, I think that's a great example, Cretlin. Every time I hug my friend Elisa, it is unenthusiastic valid consent. She's a hugger. I'm not. That's all there is here. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Also, Aradin, I do have other expectations, right? I ask people. I mean, you could masturbate in the shower at my house. It's just do not ejaculate semen down my drains. Like, if you know how to have an orgasm without ejaculation, if you are someone who produces semen, more power to you. And if you don't produce semen, also get down with your bad self. But otherwise, that is a request I have. And put the lid down when you flush. And, like, obviously, there are other things that I don't think to tell people. Like, if you pee on the seat, please wipe it up. Because that to me is like very basic. Don't wipe boogers on the wall in the bathroom. Like, if someone came in, um, then and I saw that someone did that, I would just be like, "Are you serious?" All right, hey, Babby, you don't need to bite her. You don't need to bite her. There's so much room. Okay. He already chased her off, but I'm trying to get him to understand slowly that he does not need to harass his sister. He gets very jealous. Anything she's doing. Like, if she were to come sit in my lap, he would eventually get jealous of that and try to push her off. He's a bit of a bully, but I also think that's why he's a huge cat and she's probably the runt of the litter because he takes what he wants. He's competitive, and I think that's also sometimes instinct. Um, and I also think he's traumatized around being abandoned and starving to death, almost. So, you know, he really wants comfort. So let's talk a little bit then about boundaries. Because boundaries are one of those things that comes up a lot in friendships, and poor boundary skills are definitely something that negatively impacts um, friendship development. A couple of ways that can negatively impact friendship development is if you don't set boundaries with people at the beginning, it's very easy for precedents to get set that you kind of let slide at the beginning because you just think, oh, they just don't really know, or like, oh, I don't want to be, weird, or I just want whatever, I just want to have a nice time. And then the people don't realize that they're violating your boundaries. And it becomes harder to change it later. But also, it can be one of those things that allows resentment to build up. And that's really, you know, a ticking clock for like destruction of any kind of relationship, allowing resentment to build. It's very, very hard to come back from resentment. It's not impossible, but it takes more effort to undo resentment than it does to allow resentment to build up. So let's talk about what are boundaries and some different types of boundaries and some ways that we can set them. So personal boundaries are the limits and the rules we set for ourselves within our relationships. A person with, I don't really love the word healthy here, but let's just say sustainable boundaries. Healthy is a word that we used because a lot of people don't understand what we mean if we say sustainable. But since I've talked with you all many times about why I don't love the word healthy for a lot of things that they mean to just say like, sustainable. That's often what people mean when they want to say healthy is like something that is not going to be too draining or too taxing or, be destructive in the long term. They mean sustainable. Healthy is a very loaded word. Okay, a person with sustainable boundaries can say no to others when they want to, but they're also comfortable opening themselves up to intimacy and close relationships. So, intimacy here also does not have to mean sexual intimacy. Intimacy is an essential part of developing deep friendships. You need to be able to be vulnerable to get past things that are surface level. That doesn't mean crying and trauma dumping and like telling them every terrible thing that's ever happened to you. That's not what intimacy has to mean. It means being willing to actually share yourself with somebody and share things that you maybe tend to keep private. I can have a lot of intimacy with talking about things that I value, talking about, poetry that has moved me. It doesn't have to be talking about like, when my family forgot my birthday because the Super Bowl fell on the same weekend, which did actually happen once. It's one of the bad sides of having a birthday at the end of January. Every once in a while. Um, yeah, I'm sorry, Carolyn. I'm not trying to call you out. I do want you all to know that I really appreciate all of you and I care about all of you. And nothing I ever talk about here is meant to be a criticism or a call out. And if it is something you resonate with, we can always talk about it. I'm always here for that. Um, and I'm not just saying that because I'm like, I'm not doing this in like a calculated way. I'm not trying to like develop some kind of weird parasocial relationship or whatever. Um, that's this, I have the same birthday as your father then, because I was born on the anniversary of the Challenger incident. Yeah. Anyway, I do genuinely mean like this community means a lot to me. I really appreciate all of you and your support. And also, like, in a very, not selfish way, but just like personally, I love that people come to hear me monologue for like at least 4 hours a week every week. It's good for my brain because I have a lot of thoughts and it gets the energy out so then I'm a better listener all the other rest of the week. Um, yeah. And so, Aradin, you said if you have low self-esteem, you might think that you don't deserve to have boundaries, or that if you have boundaries, that you are too demanding. Absolutely. And there are certainly ways in which, you know, boundaries can go wrong, right? This is not to say that like all boundaries are equal and all boundaries are good and all the time. And sometimes, as we talked about a bit last Sunday, people can mistake ultimatums for boundaries. And an ultimatum is almost always non consensual, it's almost always coercive. And, not all ultimatums are bad, right? Like, and not all things that sound like ultimatums are not boundaries, right? If I'm in a marriage and my partner's cheating on me all the time, and I say to them, hey, if you ever have contact with this person you're cheating on me with, I'm going to leave you, that is both a boundary and an ultimatum. It's both me saying, I don't want you to do this thing anymore. And also, if you do this thing, here's how I'm going to change the relationship. It's similar to saying, like, if you cheat on me, I'm going to leave you. That's still a boundary. Um, I'm not going to change your rigid boundaries. They're too rigid. Krellin, it's also totally true. You're absolutely allowed to live your life however you want to. And if you feel good about the situation that you have and the way you've set boundaries and everything, there's no reason for me to say that that has to change or that you're doing anything wrong. It's about how you want to live your life. 100%. Um, So let's talk about some types of boundaries. This is not a complete list, but this is just some. Physical boundaries refer to personal space and physical touch. This can extend to where you sleep or your clothes. It can also extend to things like someone going through your bag or someone sort of messing with things that you feel are kind of like physical extensions of you. I know for me, things like my violin feel just as much a part of me as my own, nose does. Um, I think it's also important, Krellin. Feeling safe is important. Um, yeah, that's that's perfectly good. I think it's okay. Also, I'm not of the mindset. How do I want to say this? I would say, like, in a lot of my ethics, I could be considered an act utilitarian, but I don't take the perspective in utilitarianism that, like, maximalizing happiness for the most number of people is the chiefest good, because I don't necessarily think happiness is the thing we should be maximalizing. What I, generally speaking, want to maximize is autonomy. Like, if somebody, I don't think everybody needs to be happy. And I don't think happiness is the only emotion of value. And I think that there have been plenty of times in my life where it was actually very valuable for me to, like, wallow in self-pity or like misery or something. And I didn't want to be happy at those times, and I wasn't. And then I moved on to other things, and I have other emotions that I like to prioritize at other times in my life. But I do think that it is essential for people to have choices. And so for me, another way you could put it, like, if you're really like political philosophy focused, I would say like maximizing liberty is my deal. I want people to have as much ability to make choices for themselves as possible, up into the point that it starts to infringe upon other people's liberty. I think that there are exceptions. I think that when we talk about things, as at the sort of social or society level, things get a lot more complicated than they do at the individual and interpersonal levels. I think that there are limitations to liberty, right? Like, we have to be intolerant of intolerance. I don't consider that a paradox at all. I think that, like, survival uh, and things that need to be done in order to enable survival to happen are not inherently paradoxical. So I don't like the idea of, like, the paradox of intolerance, but um, I guess, like, my libertarian side is just in the sense that I believe that people should have freedom of choice. Some people would take my saying, like, my utilitarian ideas being not about maximizing happiness would mistake me for being a libertarian, but I'm also not, because I think it's short-sighted on, not short-sighted, sorry. It is not thinking very long-term when it comes to how interdependent we are and how interconnected everything is. Yeah, well, that's I think you're right, Krellin. For most people, excludes people like Hannibal Lecter. It's true. Um, right. Yeah, absolutely. It's true. And okay, so continuing. Physical boundaries. We have emotional boundaries, refer to a person's feelings. This means that a person is able to determine how much they want to share and with whom. So this definitely comes, I really want to highlight this. Like with you, Krellin, you're saying like you have rigid boundaries and it's what makes you feel safe and you're not interested in changing it. That is a perfectly acceptable and ethical way to live your life. And you're absolutely allowed to set emotional boundaries. My emotional boundaries are, yeah, some people would refer to it as porous. And I think there are times where my emotional boundaries are porous. I think there are other times when they're very rigid. But a lot of the time, what good emotional boundaries looks like for me might seem porous to other people. But for me, I don't know. I'm not really that interested in having secrets. Like, yeah, it would be nice to be like cool and mysterious and everything, but I'm incapable of shutting up and not very good at keeping my own secrets. And I'm not really interested in having secrets. And I don't really experience shame. I don't know what's wrong with my brain, but I can experience guilt, but I don't really experience shame. Um, it just seems awfully contrived to me. Most things that people feel ashamed of. And yeah, I'm just not interested in that. And I'm interested in just like being myself and being known by the people I want to have in my life. So my emotional boundaries are very, very open. I'm pretty much an open book. If you want to know something about me, there may be times where I will say, like, it's not appropriate to talk about it in this situation. There are times where if someone asks me for personal information, I may not want to give it to them because I don't trust what they're going to do with the information, or I think that they're wanting to ask me that kind of question as a way to get some sort of power over me or to sort of distract from something else. But setting those things aside, generally speaking, I'm very much an open book because that's just how I want to be. Okay, intellectual boundaries relate to your thoughts and ideas. You do not have to share every thought and idea that you have. And this is also really important when it comes to things like creating codes of conduct, creating friendships, preventing harm. When you want to create a sustainable community, you have to focus on behaviors, not thoughts. You cannot say, we don't tolerate sexists and racists in these spaces because you can't reach into someone's mind and know what they think. You can only ever say, we don't tolerate these behaviors. And you could only ever help people change behaviors. I know I've talked about this many times, but it's also true that people tend to change their opinions about things after they have changed their behaviors. Opinions tend to follow behaviors. And how people feel about things tends to follow behaviors as well. But this comes back to this idea that you're allowed to have your own thoughts. Nobody's allowed to tell you what you can and cannot think about. You're allowed to have your own thoughts. You're also allowed to say you don't want to hear somebody's thoughts on something. These are all true. And so it is absolutely okay to not need to share every thought you have with people. Okay, material boundaries are any possessions you might have. You can decide if you are comfortable lending those or letting others hold on to them. People can often really try to guilt people around material boundaries. They can often say, like, oh, why won't you just let me use this thing? Oh, it's so simple. Oh, and you don't have to have a reason. Like, again, for all of these boundaries, you're allowed to set them even if you don't have a reason, just because you don't feel like you want to. Consent literally means with feeling or to feel together. Consent is about feelings. If you don't feel like you want to allow someone to do something to you or cross any of these boundaries, you don't have to have a reason. It's often not about reasons, it's about feelings. If I don't feel that I want to let you wear this dress of mine, I don't want you to. That's it. That's enough. Sexual boundaries refer to the emotional, intellectual, and physical aspects of sexuality. This includes someone acting in a sexual way when you do not want them to, such as leering or catcalling, things like that. Time boundaries are boundaries placed on your time. Everyone needs to spend time alone, and you can determine how much time you require. Distance boundaries are the opposite. This is when expected intimacy is withheld and can look like neglect. So there's a difference between saying, I need space, and withholding things. And that's not exactly what I want to talk about today. We're going to come to that another time, but let's talk about the difference here between rigid, porous, and sustainable boundaries. So rigid boundaries look like someone who avoids intimacy in close relationships, unlikely to ask for help, has few close relationships, very protective of personal information, may seem detached even with romantic partners, keeps others at a distance to avoid the possibility of rejection. So a lot of us learn to develop rigid boundaries because of many reasons. Some of them is because of the fact that we've had friendships or romantic relationships that were harmful or disappointing. We've learned that we can't trust people. Some of it comes down to the fact that our school systems tend to really foster promoting competitiveness between people, which promote people not trusting each other. There's not a lot of teaching around like how to deal with conflict between friends or peer groups, and that can lead to things like bullying. We're also often taught to feel ashamed of a lot of aspects of our lives, and therefore we must withhold these things. We tend to have big narratives around like, if this person isn't perfect, then you should get away from them. It's right to reject somebody for these sorts of things. Now, again, like people are allowed to reject people for whatever reason they want to, but we also create culture together with the things that we value. Oh yeah, also going back to what you just said, Arad, and especially with stuff like pens and similar things in the workplace, yeah, like physical and material boundaries there, like workplace stuff is, yeah, there's a lot of non-consensual expectations that happen in the workplace. A lot. So rigid boundaries are things that a lot of us have, and we develop them for very good reasons. And they do also still make it harder for us to develop close relationships of any kind. Porous boundaries look like oversharing personal information, difficulties. Oh gosh, okay, give me 1 second. Babby's trying to hump Cutie's face again. He knows that I don't like it when he does that. So all I had to do was stand up and he like ran off, but still. He fell over, like they're on the bed, and he like literally tipped over several times and landed on his face. He just really, he's been really antsy today. I don't know why. I gave him like a good amount of playtime this morning. I think it's because the whole house isn't opened up right now because I can't afford to heat more than this room and the next room. And I'm only heating the next room because if I don't have both of these rooms open, the cats will like scratch up the door and stuff. But I think he wants to have more freedom of movement, even though he wouldn't even go into the hallway, for example. I think just the fact that he can't is upsetting to him. Setting it aside, I think yeah, I gave him plenty of playtime. He's had plenty of food, plenty of affection, and I think he's just stressed out because he can't go in the hallway. But I don't have the money to heat that. Okay. And porous boundaries can also look like becoming over-involved with other people's problems, dependent on the opinions of others, accepting of abuse or disrespect, and fear rejection if they do not comply with others. So this will also make friendships harder. This can look like the person who is over eager to become friends. This is where you even are taking all of the like good advice in these like how to make friend articles and taking it too far. Like some of the articles I read were like, you know, compliment people and give them small gifts and smile. And it's like, they don't talk about proportionality in that at all. And it's like, I know people who have tried to become friends with me doing those things, and it was uncomfortable for me. Like, I had a friend in Seattle who, very nice guy, he wanted to be very generous, and he didn't really know how to be friends with people, it seemed, but he had a good amount of money. So he like converted part of his house into like a dance practice space and would just like let people come over anytime they wanted, any time of day. He would like pick you up if you couldn't get there and he would drive you to his place. And he had like a fridge down there stocked with like everything, include he would always be like, I've got coconut water. And he was very nice. And like I genuinely saw what he was trying to do. And I genuinely appreciated it. And it made me feel really sad because he also was taking it way too far. Because one of the things that it did is like one time I mentioned, oh, I would really love to go to this dance event, but Charlie and I don't have the money to go. So he bought us full tickets, and that was like $500. And he never talked to me about it. And I didn't feel comfortable with someone spending that much money on me. It's I didn't know him like that. I didn't have that relationship with him. We never talked about it. It made me feel really weird. And while I appreciated it, it was one of those things where it was like way too much. And it started to feel like this person was too desperate to be my friend and being unsure of what comes with that. This is also one of those things that's important to notice. A lot of people will ask me, like, I think people think I'm creepy. Yeah, fear of unspoken expectations. You really hit on it around like, what does this person want from me? I don't know. And like they might say, oh, nothing. But I'm like, really? I don't necessarily believe that to be true. You might not even realize that you want something from me. I mean, I think at the very least you want my friendship, but what does friendship mean to you? Like, I don't know if I can fill the gap that you are looking for me to fill as a friend. And especially if you're willing to just drop $500 on me when you barely know me. Okay, so creepy. A lot of people will say to me, especially when I was doing a lot of teaching in the swing dance community, a lot of men and especially young guys would say that they didn't really have any friends. I would also often be like the friendipist with people, like friend slash therapist for a lot of sad boys. And I'm very happy to do that. I have a special place in my heart for lonely nerd guys. Um, but yeah, they would be like, why do I come off creepy? And the thing to know about, oh, hey, Kettlestick, long time no see. Um, You said, yeah, and even if they don't want something, you can feel some guilt if they give you $500 and you might feel like you owe them $500 worth of your time. Yeah, absolutely. Right, like it's a lot. It's a lot and it's a lot to just kind of get out of nowhere. Um oh, I'm so glad. Well, I'm going to be streaming longer than usual because I've got nothing to do this evening. Charlie is busy, so I'm going to hang out with you all because it's so nice. Um I, this is true, Araden. I mean, this is one of those things where I've talked a lot about before, but like I relate to a lot of these guys. Like I really relate to a lot of the dudes that are like mansplaining, well, actually, nerds that are just like too caught up in being excited about sharing the things they know to realize nobody cares. And like are just socially inept and like too excited about the wrong things and whatever. Like I relate to that so hard. Like I am that person. Just I happen to have boobs and like, you know, I am tiny and so I get away with this more, but not really because I didn't have friends for most of my life either. Just people didn't hate me in the same way. They didn't like me because the things I was doing were often seen as very like male things to do and were not considered to be like, I mean, this is not necessarily what people consciously were thinking. But because I had these very like sort of typical nerd guy behaviors, the incongruence between the way I looked and was perceived and the way I acted was often a turnoff to a lot of people in terms of friendship. And I know this because I asked people. Like I had this one girl that I was friends with when I was doing study abroad, she sat next to me in class. We talked like every day. She lived in a different area of Tokyo, and then she was moving to like where I lived to the same apartment complex. And I was like, hey, would you want to go like hang out on the weekend or go shopping sometime? And she's very matter of factly said to me, I don't think so. And that really crushed me. And I like didn't understand why, because we would talk every day. And she seemed to enjoy the conversations, and she would smile and wave and say hi to me. And I was like, why? Why? And I didn't ask her then. I was just really crushed. But like years later, I messaged her and I was like, so what was the deal? Like, since this time on Facebook, you seem to think I'm really cool. But like, whoa, I was like 19. But what was the deal? Like, why did you say no to being friends with me? Because I was really unexpected and made me really sad. And basically, she was just like, you made me feel stupid a lot, and also like could not just be chill. You only talked about nerdy things, and we're always just like sharing information. And sometimes I just wanted to like turn my brain off, and you like would just info dump all the time, and it was overwhelming. And I was just like, right, okay, got it. So I've worked on it. Worked on it. I get a lot of that energy out here, as I mentioned. But, you know, yeah. So this can look like people being too eager to be friends with people. Um, yeah. Creepy. I forgot. I realized I didn't finish explaining that. Creepy remember, I've mentioned many times that emotion is how your brain communicates with your mind. Your brain cannot talk to your conscious mind with language. It can, though, give you emotions to say, hey, I have this information. It will guide you. How do I respond to the stimuli that's coming in? And it helps you make decisions. Emotion is actually essential for logic. And creepy is when your brain is saying, there is incongruity in the information I'm being given about my interaction with this person or the environment that we're in, and I am not actually sure if it is safe or not. I'm getting signals that give me both safe and unsafe simultaneously, and that is why this is creepy. And so this is when, if you come off as creepy to somebody, it's often because there's some incongruity in the signals. Now, that does not necessarily mean that you're actually sending like danger signal, because it's not necessarily even that the signals that are incongruence is that there's danger and not danger. It's that there's just an incongruity at all. That could mean that it seems insincere. Even insincerity can come across as creepy. So if you're trying too hard to seem like you're listening, if you're trying too hard to seem like you're interested, if you're trying too hard to like seem, excited about something, and it's not actually matching how you actually feel, most of us are not that good at acting and definitely not that good at lying. And so it will just come across as insincere. And insincerity is very similar to lying. It's not the same thing. Always, it can be, but it's not exactly the same thing, but it will still come across as there is incongruence here, and I don't know why this is happening. Creepy is your brain's way of saying, be careful. This might be dangerous. There might be something wrong here, but I don't have enough information to actually come to that conclusion. But I don't have enough information to rule it out either. So a lot of the time, people with really porous boundaries can also come across as creepy because they will seem really insincere, too eager, too interested. Now, this is not to say that you should do things like negging. Negging, if you don't know what that is when you basically give a certain type of insult in order that you present as though you're just sharing a thought or you're not meaning it that way, in order to try to trigger insecurities in a person so they actually seek your approval more. If you don't want your child to grow up being vulnerable to negging, tell them that you love them and you're proud of them regularly and compliment them on a variety of different things. Because oftentimes people are really susceptible to negging if they grew up in unsupportive or really critical households, um, or ones that were just like emotionally unavailable. Because this also comes with fear of rejection if they don't comply and accepting disrespect. This is often also because of adverse childhood experiences, where someone can feel like, if I set a boundary here, that means that I'm not going to get love. That means I'm going to be rejected. And this can be tough. I grew up with pretty porous boundaries. Um, I didn't really grow up in an environment where it was very easy for me to set boundaries. A lot of this is not because my parents were particularly bad. It's because my parents were very young when I was born. They were 21 and 22, and they both had completely untreated ADHD and incredibly stressful jobs, and they got divorced. And that made it also harder for them to manage their ADHD, which meant that it was a little bit harder for them to sort of like manage me having boundaries as well. And this is me trying to say, like, I don't think my parents were bad. I think that they were people that just didn't have every skill on the planet and struggled in some ways to know how to handle certain things. So, what that means is, though, I grew up not really knowing how to set boundaries and being really comfortable with people kind of walking all over me a lot of the time. This is also very common for people who have autism or ADHD because we often are aware that we miss a lot of social cues and therefore don't really know how to react to things. Oftentimes people do things that I'm like, I think this might be inappropriate, but like it's interesting. I'm not really sure how to react to it. A great example I have, a friend of mine who is definitely no longer my friend because they are a particularly fucked up individual. But they were my best friend for many years. Oh, chocolate chip pancakes. That sounds really good. He one time walked up to me and he took his finger and he pushed my nose to the side and he started laughing at me. And I was like, this is so strange. And I was like, I think he was just laughing at me, imagining what I would look like with a crooked nose. But like, why did he want to? What was the point of that? I was like, maybe was this some kind of like power move? Was this a dismissal? Or is he just like really quirky and weird? That is kind of interesting though. And like, it's kind of fascinating that someone would just do that. And also, are we friends like that? Like, does this mean he feels really comfortable with me? I don't really get it. And I asked him, like, what's so funny about that? And he's just like, I don't know. It was just funny to imagine what you would look like that. And I was like, oh, yeah, it would be pretty funny if I just like looked completely different than I do now. The thing is, though, that was definitely a pattern of other problems that kind of showed up later. But because of the fact that I struggle to read social signals and I tend to approach a lot of things without emotion, right? This is one of those things is like I don't always get the signals my subconscious brain is sending to me via emotion because I will often not have emotional reactions to things when I should. It's why I feel like a robot or an alien sometimes. I used to think that I was as a kid because I just would not have an emotional response to something that I should. And I would get stuck trying to figure it out through like just pure logic without the guidance of emotion, which ends up being any of these things could be true and I have no idea how to react to it. I don't have enough information to react. So I could just arbitrarily choose a reaction or probably just not react, which, is its own reaction, but like I'll just ask them what they mean by that. And then they said they didn't mean anything by it. They were just being silly. And I'm like, okay, I don't have any other information. So neurodiversity makes this a lot harder as well. It's not uncommon for people who are neurodiverse to have either incredibly rigid or an incredibly porous boundaries. And that makes friendship harder. Even if you're not neurodivergent, these are also very common because of trauma, adverse childhood experiences, bad experiences, lack of social skills, fear of rejection. anything. Being human is, you're probably going to have a combination of boundaries that are too rigid and boundaries that are too porous, and boundaries that are rigid or porous because that's how you want them to be, right? So, sustainable boundaries look like valuing your own opinions. You don't compromise your values for others. So, that's one I definitely have. Like, I have let go of a lot of friendships because I am uncompromising in my values. Now, the thing that's tough here is it does also come back to, for a lot of people, if there's any conflict ever in a friendship, it means the friendship is over, which is rough because that means then that it's harder to set boundaries with your friends because a lot of people read boundaries, someone giving them a boundary, as rejection, especially if we have any emotion when we're setting a boundary or when we don't have a ton of practice at it and we don't necessarily set them in like the chillest way possible. When we feel any kind of anxiety or nervousness around setting a boundary, that can make people also feel more defensive to hearing it. And for a lot of people, any conflict in a friendship or any relationship at all basically means that it's over. And so this is really, really tough because if I have even very sustainable boundaries around my values, right? Like I've talked about this a lot. I will often, like if I feel like someone is doing something that is, say, reinforcing rape culture or patriarchy, I will point it out. I'll just be like, hey, not cool. That's, you might not realize this, but this is definitely connected to this other idea. And I'll push back against it very matter of factly, but people will often then take that to mean I'm difficult. I mean, it's also true that like people get stressed out by that. They don't want to be called out or called in for anything. And they don't want to think about these things too deeply. And they're focused on their right to comfort. And to me, my values are a lot more important. I don't want to sacrifice my values for friendship because it never ends. It just doesn't end. So anyway, okay. Shares information in an appropriate way. Appropriate is definitely also one of those loaded words. Does not overshare or undershare. Yeah, I mean, I definitely will overshare sometimes in ways that is not okay, especially if I'm really excited. Um, but also, like, I'm okay with that. That's like one of my personality traits where I'm just like, I don't need to be the most like adaptive person on the planet and like, just yeah, it's fine. I can have some quirks and it's okay. And that's one of my quirks is I share a lot. Knows personal wants and needs and can communicate them, accepting when others say no to them. So this is also something that takes practice. Being comfortable with someone saying no to you is really difficult. One of the things that you can do to practice this, if you feel like it and you're okay with being a little cheeky, ask for things from strangers that you know they're absolutely going to say no to. Like when you're boarding a plane, ask a bunch of people in first class if they'll trade with you. They're definitely not going to say yes because they probably paid like $5,000 for their plane tickets so they could get their little pod or whatever. But it's worth it. You know, they're going to say no, and you know they're going to say no, but it can help desensitize you to being told no. Uh, you can ask people, hey, could I have like a free ice cream cone? They're going to say no. If they say yes, cool. You can ask like at a shop or something. The sorts of things that are not asking people for things that like could be harmful to them if they really say yes to you. They're not the sort of things that are maybe coercive, but are very, very like simple and mundane. It can also include things like, can I just have a glass of tap water at a restaurant? This is also a way to practice becoming comfortable with taking up space and being less afraid of sort of inconveniencing people. I know a lot of people will hesitate to set boundaries because they're convinced that if they do, or to take up any space, they're convinced that if they do, they are somehow not okay. Like they're doing something wrong. I want to scroll down all the way, but I can't show you the bottom of this. Let me see. No, that doesn't help. Okay. Um, 'Cause there's more to the bottom of this this thing. There's three. I can't get it to show. All right. Well, let's continue anyway. If your consent is violated, broken, or otherwise not upheld in some way, what are some things you can do? I'm going to just copy and paste this into the chat since you can't all see the bottom as well. If it's possible for me to just copy this one bit, I will send it to you all. There we go. What? Copy. Come on. Paste. There we go. It did it. I don't know why it wasn't doing it before. Okay, one, look to your own safety. Do what you need to do to get to a safe place or into a safe situation. So that should always be the first priority. If for some reason you have the idea or the information or even suspicion that you're not safe, you don't need to try to do the rest of the stuff. Just focus on being safe. Two, take the time you need to process what happened. No one else gets to tell you what's right for you. You get to decide what's best. If you need assistance processing, talk to a friend, a therapist, or a confidant you trust. And three, if you want to report it based on your processing, find the best person to talk to about it. If that person isn't helpful, talk with someone else. Other things that you can do is you can restate your boundaries to somebody. You can say to them, hey, I didn't feel okay with this thing that you did, or I'm not comfortable with this. And if it's a boundary that they already knew, you can say, hey, I had stated this boundary before, and this is the last time I'm going to state it with you. And then you can increase the boundary. And if you violate this boundary again, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Or I'm not going to feel comfortable with you coming over. Or I'm not going to hang out with you one-on-one. Or whatever you want to set. But having skills for setting, holding, and also receiving boundaries really is important for friendship. So I know I stressed that, like, why you might not have any friends and why it's not your fault. It's definitely, like, I don't want to say that, like, not having these skills is somehow a reason why it's your fault you don't have friends. This is just something we don't teach people, and we actively teach people not to do through how we socialize people, what we teach in school, how we construct the school system, how we like handle conflict, all this stuff. And this is one of the places where you do have agency to try to change your circumstances within a not great system. So practicing boundaries can really help, and getting practice at consent in general. On that note, I'm going to keep streaming, but I do want to bring your attention to the calendar. We have Thursday, we have our last, please open 2022 calendar. Why is it not opening? I don't know why these links aren't working right now. I can't like click on anything properly. It's kind of annoying. Let's see if I just do like this. That was weird. It just like went to another tab for no reason. My cat's, you know what it is? My cat stepped on my keyboard and it must have changed. Must have changed what things do. Because my keyboard is like not responding to things right now correctly. It's like doing other functions. That's very strange. Yeah, because like if I try to hit backspace to get rid of that number, I don't know what's happening. Okay, the thing I'm trying to say to you all is that tomorrow, yeah, my keyboard is trying to set a boundary with me. Just close out of this, and I'm going to try to open Consent Academy again. And let's go to 2020. Can I open you here? It's just not letting me open things. It's very strange. Like, won't let me click on any links. Upcoming workshops, will this work? Nope. That's very strange. I do not know what's happening. Because it's also my mouse is suddenly like not responding correctly. That's weird. Anyway, Thursday we have our free Consent Basics class. We do it twice a month, every month, if you don't know. One time of the month is in the afternoon Pacific time. No, One time in the month is, yeah, it's in the afternoon Pacific time, so evening East Coast time. And this Thursday is a little bit later because it's our old schedule. It'll be in the evening Pacific time. And then one time of the month is in the evening European time. And it's always free. You can make a donation and it's highly appreciated. But our consent basics classes are always free. And this is so strange. I don't know why. Let me see. Can I? No, I can't. Let me look at, I wanted to show you history. Let's see here. Nope. I want to open the 2023 calendar. Why will it not open? Why is my browser not working? History. Let's see if this works. Okay. So we have, this is the 2023 calendar. We have, what is happening? I don't understand what is happening. Why does it keep doing this? This is so strange. I just like literally try to scroll down. The scroll wheel is now causing it to go back and forth. What did my cats do when they stepped on my keyboard? Because now if I scroll up and down, it's actually changing which page I'm on. Weird. Okay, so as you can see here, we have our consent chat. We have consent basics on January 10th and January 19th. Consent basics will go into some of the things we hit the Alt key a bunch. Just kind of opening. That may have worked. That may have worked. Thank you. That may have really fixed it. My hero. If, let's see, just allow me to open the 2022 calendar. It does. Thank you, Krillin. Okay. Consent Basics, Thursday. I'm going to give you all the link to it so you can all sign up if you want to. It is free. You are always welcome to come. You do not have to have your camera on or participate. If you don't want to, you can join the Zoom with your name as literally a dot. We like to be very accommodating to people who might feel shy in classes, especially when we're teaching online and it's easy. All these other classes that look like they're about sex are hosted by our parent organization, and they're in person in Seattle, so I'm sorry we don't have them all online. But we have our consent basics class. It's from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Pacific. As I said, it is free. It will go into some of the things we talked about today so far, but in more depth, and you'll have other people to talk to about it, not just me. And then we have consent chat, and then we have a bunch of discussion groups for different groups of people. Not all of them are in January because we didn't have time to fit them all in. And the discussion groups are also free, so if you're interested. And we also have a really great series on how to make a good apology. I really recommend this series. It's one I'm very proud of, and it will definitely be good for friendships. Our accountability series is also really useful. But as always, if finances are a barrier, you can let us know and we'll work something out. We have a lot of things coming up this year that I'm very excited about. We also have a class series that I also want to recommend, which is supporting survivors of sexual trauma. And yeah, it's good to know about. And we have it twice coming up in the first half of next year, in February and in May. Okay, setting that aside, talked about that. There's an article I want to look at because I want to talk about some of these, keep talking about friendship and why it's hard. So this is from thelist.com. It was just the top result when I did an internet search about, let me just show you what I searched about. Why is it so hard to make friends as an adult? I do recommend watching this video. I haven't actually watched this one, but Healthy Gamer GG is a psychiatrist who talks about a lot of things that we talk about that I think are really good. And I think it's a good channel to look at. And I just want to give them a shout out. And I'm sure this is a pretty good discussion. It was a year ago, but these videos are pretty good. There's a lot of overlap with the things that we talk about. And I think if you like the things I chat about, you'll probably like the things that he chats about as well. Okay, let's continue then. So this was the first result here. Why is it so hard to make friends as an adult? And I figured, why not? Let's take a look at this. And I want to just kind of read this and critique it a little bit. I also have an article that I downloaded. This one, I'm sorry, I had to use Charlie's university access to get it, but I will give you the link so you can maybe get it through someone you know, and we'll talk about this one as well. So this is the other things we're going to really talk about today. So this first one is just a general article, why it's so hard to make friends as an adult. So we're going to go through this kind of quickly, and I'm going to annotate it like we usually do. So it says here, when the country went under lockdown last year, there was a great deal of hand-wringing and public angst over how lonely everyone was, with what having to forego all of their accustomed socializing in favor of not quite the same Zoom happy hours. A number of people, however, reacted in different ways, ranging from smug to seething as they talked back to their TV sets one of the top 10 habits of the always alone and told them, I don't have any friends to be missing. If you find yourself in the latter category, well, you may not be quite so alone in your lonely island as you may think. According to a 2019 survey by YouGov, 9% of baby boomers, 16% of Gen Xers, and 22% of millennials report having no friends whatsoever. Yes, those no longer young and carefree millennials. A Financial Post article from the same year described the generation as hurtling into their 40s, maybe the loneliest group of all. Despite all those beer commercials showing herds of happy high-fiving 30-somethings, making friends in elementary school is as easy as sharing the red crayon with your desk mate, and even up through your college years, it's just as easy to make new friends as it is to outgrow the old ones. Which is, like a sad thing to say to someone who really struggled with friendship their whole life. I have a YouTube video to show you all kind of related to this in a minute, but yeah, I'm not gonna show it now. I'm gonna focus on this. Once you pass this point, however, you won't believe how quickly easy come, easy go turns into never come, always go. And then we have this next section, why we can't make friends as we get older. Okay, new friend making isn't exactly impossible. YouGov pollsters did say that around 40% of the people they surveyed, millennials included, had managed to make a new friend in the previous 6 months. Where did they make those friends? The usual pandemic suspects, pre-pandemic suspects, work, church, or neighborhood activities. So this already comes to one of the points that we've talked about a lot, which is having third places. Work is not a third place. Work friendships can be real, but they are precarious in the ways in which if you no longer worked at the same place, do you think that friendship would last? And church can be a really good place to make friends and to make community. But if you left that church or had a crisis of faith, would those friendships last? Neighborhood activities can suffer from similar precarity, especially if people move away. But if you don't move away all the time, it can be really useful. It's true, Aradan. This is one of those other points. You have to go to work. The other things are things you have choices about. And neighborhood activities are one of the few things that don't necessarily ask other things of you. You don't have to have faith to be part of a neighborhood, and you don't need to comply with sort of like workplace culture in order to be part of a neighborhood. Ignore what next door tells you. However, neighborhoods have become increasingly distanced from each other, and there's a lot less community building. There has been for many decades, but it's been getting worse. And as we have more car-centric infrastructure and destruction of third places, or third places only exist if you drive there, it makes it a lot harder for people to develop friendships. And if you're constantly incredibly tired because you have to work really soul-crushing jobs or work multiple jobs, or you're really precarious in other ways, it's going to make it harder to have the energy to go to third places as well. This also comes down to one of the questions or things we talked about a little bit last week, which has to do with where we do have agency to maybe change our circumstances if we want more friends. If the current way you're living your life is not giving you the opportunity to meet people with whom you could become friends, or the people you are meeting with whom you could become friends do not feel good for you, if there's not that like internal consent there, right? Like yeah, I mean, like I could make friends with certain types of people that are I'm brought together with by circumstance, but if I feel like I have to really hold back a lot of myself in order to make that friendship work, for me, that's intolerable. Right? Like I need to actually be who I am. If I feel like I have to really, how do I want to say this? There's a balance, right? There are always things where like certain aspects of ourselves can become serious barriers to friendships. I'm going to give you all a very silly story from my childhood. I really took the message like be yourself way too far when I was a kid. And like the idea of like people should accept you for who you are. And like my mom was very gently trying to help me understand that even if I had tissues on me, just picking my nose constantly was not appropriate. And also farting constantly was not appropriate. And I was just like, but everybody tells me that you got to just be yourself. And like people should accept you for who you are. And who I am is a human that has things in their nose and passes gas. And like, why do I didn't have friends as a child because I kept farting and picking my nose, even though I was like, but I use a tissue. Come on, it's not weird. People would just still be like, yeah, it's weird. Again, it's because I had a hard time understanding social norms and like approached them in ways that didn't make any sense because it's not about logic and rules. It's about what makes people feel comfortable and what they're used to. However, this is still true as adults. Not just picking your nose and farting, but like there are ways in which we can feel like just be myself and then end up doing things that are inappropriate or uncomfortable or alienating or make people feel uncomfortable or violate people's boundaries or not good consent practices. Yes. And also, there are limits to how much we can sort of like corral aspects of ourselves to try to fit a box, right? Like there are people with whom I can be really good friends with exclusively in a dance space. Like there are friends where I'm like, yeah, I enjoy dancing with them. I enjoy hanging out with them at dance places. But outside of that, it just doesn't mesh. And I would really have to just like pretend to be a different person to not essentially get low key ridiculed by them. And it can feel nice. However, I feel like normalize the fact that people do fart and that like everybody passes at least a liter of intestinal gas a day on average. Um, However, because we can't know how bad it's going to smell and like the impact it might have on other people, I've definitely had friends rip farts that genuinely made me gag and almost vomit because they smelled so bad and there was no warning. I think it can be what I would love to see normalized is personally, this is just my personal opinion. What I would love to see normalized. Oh, no worries, Jan. Thanks for hanging out. It's been really lovely. What I'd love to see normalized is people excusing themselves, feeling comfortable to just say, I need to go to the bathroom really quickly. And then they feel comfortable to go and fart in the bathroom or something. But that's just me personally. I have different different cultural background than other people. I've had people whose houses I've been to where their entire family will just like fart while we're eating dinner at the table, and that did not work for my sensibilities. I did not really enjoy smelling really bad farts while I was trying to eat a meal with people, and it was very strange to me that no one even said like excuse me. And yeah, it was just not my culture. Different culture. Um, and there are times where people can't help it, right? Like for sure, especially as you get much, much older, you lose a lot of the ability to hold that in. Anyway, coming back to this article, If your life is not creating opportunities for you to actually make friendships or deepen friendships that you already have, something has to change. There are limits, obviously, to the things you're going to have control over to change, but trying to change things is important. Hi, Jerry. You come in when I was talking about farting. um, yeah, yeah. Silly times. Silly times. Okay. Some even manage to make friends by the way of their children. The survey didn't break it down for us, but we're guessing these friendship facilitating kids were on the younger side. Once your offspring hit their teens, much of their hanging out may occur online in a world that's virtually parent free. So what about the other 60% who didn't find a new buddy? YouGov lists shyness, lack of time, and lack of opportunity as the top reasons so many of us have no social lives. Let's just talk about this. Like this research where they linked to it. I'll share the link with you all if it's useful. Millennials are the loneliest generation. Cool beans. Isn't it great to just be like, I get to live my life story out in in this shit ass time. Nice. Only live once. Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't want to be so cynical. Uh, but let's just talk about this. Shyness, lack of time, and lack of opportunity. So shyness is one of the few things that we are individual, right? Lack of time and lack of opportunity are most often going to be structural things. Shyness itself is one of those things that is in some ways in people's control and other ways not in people's control. A lot of shyness comes down to practice. Do you have practice with getting to know people? Do you have practice with understanding social cues and social norms? Do you know how to do this? Do you have skills for this? Do you have structure? You can be very shy and still manage to make friends if you've been given skills and given structure. There are a lot of really shy people who like to do things like social dancing because it's a highly structured activity. You don't have to do a lot of talking. You know that the songs are going to last for 3 minutes. You know exactly how to ask for or be asked to dance with somebody. You do your skills. It takes some bravery for sure to like bust a move with somebody, but like, you know, and this does come down to like if you never put yourself out there, you're not going to make friends, right? And it's going to be difficult. However, you can try to find people with whom it feels easier to put yourself out there. So it doesn't mean like overcome being shy by just becoming like a completely, absurd extrovert who's just like a puppy and friends with everybody. Like you don't have to become Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack Horseman. Like that's fine. However, you should try to see who are the kinds of people who tend to make me feel comfortable. These are questions you can ask yourself. What kinds of people tend to make me feel comfortable? Do I feel most comfortable? Like for me, I know I have some cis heterophobia. People who are cisgender and heterosexual can make me a little bit nervous because I've faced a lot of bullying, harassment, and rejection from people like that. And I get real rigid boundaries with that kind of person and don't tend to trust them until proven otherwise. It's understandable, but it also means that, generally speaking, I'm going to have the best opportunity to make new friends if I focus on spaces where I don't feel my hackles up right at the beginning and then have to learn to bring them back down or like get information that makes it so I feel capable of bringing them back down. I'm better off trying to make friends in queer spaces or spaces that are full of like queer allies at the very least, people who are unlikely to judge me. Kettlestick, you said, I love structured activities. Sam and I recently went to a thing called whirly ball, where you essentially play lacrosse in a bumper car, and I love it. I hate going to a party with no direction. Just, hey, let's hang out and talk with people you don't know. Super not my scene. So this is a great point. Right? This is definitely a great example, and it's very much coming back to think about what makes you feel comfortable, right? Like shyness is a very vague term because it can refer to all kinds of things. People often conflate introversion and shyness. They are definitely not the same thing. They're supposed to be referring to very different things, and you can be extroverted and shy. And shy is also not the same thing as socially anxious, or shy is also not the same thing as quiet, right? These are all things that they can overlap with each other. You can be very quiet and be very shy. You can also be very loud and be very shy. So figuring out where you feel the most comfortable. And you only really get that information by trying things out. And if you've become very hermit-like a lot of us have, it will be harder to get this data because you are likely to feel some level of discomfort no matter what you're doing. You're likely to feel some level of nervous when you're just trying to go see a movie with some people or play Magic the Gathering at the bookstore or whatever. And that's okay, but try as best as you can and take baby steps. Baby steps are okay, right? It can be I went for a walk today and I did that. And the next time I feel like I can, I'm going to go for a walk and I'm going to try to desensitize myself to being nervous going for walks. If you've become really sort of hesitant to go outside because you're well, I got everything I want inside my house. Definitely relate to that. Then you can try to go to different activities, and you don't have to stay. This is also one of those other things to be careful of the story we tell ourselves is it can be really difficult to then feel comfortable trying something because we can often tell ourselves, well, if I go to this thing, I have to stay until the very end. No, you don't. You can go and leave immediately if you want to. You can go, and if you need an excuse, you can just say, I think I'm about to get diarrhea and I need to go home. People will not ask for any more information from you. You can just leave if you need an excuse. Absolutely. It can be, you're right around it. It can be so easy to talk yourself out of things. So just say, you can even say, I'm going to only go to this thing for 15 minutes. And then hold yourself to that. And you can do a little journaling if you want. This can be helpful as you can write down what the task is, what you're going to, what's the event you're going to go to, the space, the whatever. You can write down during it, what are your thoughts and feelings about it? Check yourself for any of those kinds of stuck points, stories you're telling yourself that might not be true and might actually be making you enjoy things less or feel more afraid to do things. And then you can also write down after, how did it feel? Was it as stressful as I thought? And if yes, that's okay. You might want to try a couple of times, but you don't have to. But you might want, especially if you've not had a lot of practice, you're going to be a lot more sensitive likely at the beginning. So it might take a few times to sort of reacclimate your nervous system to not go straight into the sort of fight or flight, to become able to really process, do I actually enjoy this thing or not? Well, this is one of those other things that comes down to, Jerry, the lack of opportunity. Relying on other people for transportation. This is an absolute way in which car-dependent infrastructure makes it so that we're really lonely. This study here that shows that millennials are the loneliest generation. Well, progressively, we have built more and more car-dependent infrastructure and systematically defunded public transit in a lot of the country and a lot of the world. And it makes absolute sense that it would be lonelier. I would love to see this study redone in spaces that had very good, very accessible public transit and see if there are differences. And then also the baby boomers were generally expected not to move as much. And they were often more likely to get a job and stay in it for 30 years, which allowed them to develop these bigger, deeper friendships. Millennials, on the other hand, we are more likely to have to move for both university, if we go, and for employment. We're more likely to live in places that have a lot of car dependency and not a lot of third places. We're more likely to not stay in a job for more than 5 years. It makes it a lot harder to develop these friendships when we have these structural issues happening. So definitely these things are both true at the same time, where there are structural things that make these things hard, and there are ways in which we may have some agency to change the situation within the structures that make it a lot harder. And so yeah, developing friendships, it's definitely not people's fault. Like, it absolutely makes sense to me that millennials are super lonely because of these structural things that have just continued to get worse. And acquaintances, 50 plus acquaintances. This is also one of those things when you have more access to more spaces, like especially third places and long-term relationships with work, yeah, you're gonna have a lot more acquaintances. Close friends. 0 best friends, 0 millennials. 30% of millennials have 0 friends, basically, versus only like 16% of baby boomers. Wow. Okay. So let's look at the other things that said. Shyness and lack of hobbies are some of the top reasons Americans say it's difficult to make friends. I'm shy. I don't really feel like I need friends. So this is also one of those things, like, it might be true for you, but more likely than not, you've just become used to not having friends, and you don't have to stay that way. I don't have any hobbies or interests that facilitate friends. Friendships are too much work. My current city or area doesn't have a lot of people I would want to be friends with. I'm too busy for friendships. I've recently moved to a new city or area and haven't found friends here. Yeah. How do people make their friends? Most of them said through high school, through work and college, local neighborhood, through church or other spirituality community, in an informal way, started talking in a park, at a cafe, through our children, through sports or fitness activity, through a social club or activity. It should include tabletop game meetups, through volunteer work, and at an event, being the lowest. Yeah, none of this surprises me. None of this surprises me. So this is, Jerry, one of those things where you say, to be frank, public transport is another social obstacle to maneuver that takes a hard time commitment before you even get to the event. This is also true, right? So a couple of points are nested inside this really good point you brought up. There's decentralization, especially if you live in suburbs. The third places that may exist are often decentralized. The school, the library, the, coffee shop, if there is one, the like public parks, they're not often in a downtown core, which means that it's going to take you more time to go in between places. The other things that are really tough is if your public transit is shit, it's expensive, it's infrequent, there's going to be a lot of transfers, and there's going to be a big timed wait between transfers, especially if you miss one. Like in Seattle, this was often the case. If I needed to transfer buses, I might have a 40-minute wait. That sucked. Like, I had friends who lived in like Northgate, which is not that far north of like central Seattle, and it would take me like almost 2 hours to get to people's houses sometimes. And that was just like not possible. I mean, like, I would still go, but like that sucked a lot. And then it meant that also it was 2 hours to come home. So I'd have to leave whatever was happening earlier because I was like, well, I don't want to get home at 2 a.m. because the buses are going to stop running by the time I get home. And also, like, I have to go to work in the morning or like whatever. And so if you have public transit that is very frequent, good connectivity, and affordable, that's going to make this all a lot easier for people. One of the other things is that, so Jerry, you brought up public transit being a big obstacle, it's also if it's so infrequent that you actually have to look up the schedules, that's a huge barrier. One of the huge advantages of Vienna is that like I never have to look up the schedules because even the night trains, like not the night trains where you like can sleep on the train and you travel really far, but like the trains and buses that operate at night are still frequent enough that I maybe have to wait 20 minutes for like a 2 3 a.m. transit. And then during the day, I only ever have to look up like which trains I take to get to a place. I don't have to think about the time because they're every like 3, maybe 6 minutes. And that's fine. And that means that I can get anywhere. And there's also biking infrastructure. So if I don't want to take the train, and I can get usually from one side of Vienna to the other because of good biking infrastructure, maybe 40 minutes, like really from one far side to the other far side will not take you that long. Vienna is also not that big of a city, but still, this all facilitates friendship. You know, right now for me, it's tough because there are people who I've met here who I really like and actually really want to be friends with. And they're going to parties and stuff all the time. And it's like, I would invite them over for like, take a rapid test before you come over and like, let's go for a walk or like, let's, watch a movie together or, have lunch. But if they're going to like parties, I'm like, I don't know. There's still a pandemic. I don't really want to hang out. But okay, going back to this article here. Um, okay, we're no longer surrounded by a group of same age peers who happen to be in a similar life stage with whom we have things in common. While Dr. William Chopik, assistant professor of psychology at Michigan State University, points out. Life gets a little more complicated when you're an adult, jobs, relationships, kids, etc., and asks, what time does that leave to make friends? Making friends may take some work. Yes, it would be nice to have more friends, but those beer commercials tell us, or so those beer commercials tell us, as well as all of the friendship experts determined to bombard us with the scary statistics about how lack of social connection is literally going to kill us via Harvard Health Publishing. It's definitely true, like having no friends seems to really correlate to dying a lot younger. This great headline here, loneliness is the same risks as heart disease. Wow. Wow. Exciting information. I mean, yeah, Kettle Stick, you said, wow, if buses were that frequent here, I would 100% be riding the bus all the time. But that amount of bus seems so foreign to me. Yeah, I mean, it's great here. It's why, like, this is one of the reasons why Vienna is often ranked the most livable city in the world because it's just fantastic, especially with public transport. Sherry, you said, I mean, even if it's a daily trip, I would still look up schedules, but I'm also full-blown agoraphobic, so it's ritualized. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense for sure. But this is also where it's this like baby step practice to sort of desensitize yourself to things, to slowly make it so that your nervous system doesn't get as activated by new spaces and new experiences can really help. And well, I can take good practice. Rodney said, how to make it even harder for people to make friends. One, tell them that if they don't, they're going to die. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where like, I think it's good to have this information because this is one of those things where like this information, not having it affects your consent, right? Like you might not make the same decisions if you don't have this information. But if it makes you so anxious around like, oh my goodness, look at all the years I've wasted not having friends. How many years did I take off my life? Oh my goodness, it's too late. Like that's also not good. But that's anxiety and it would be a good idea to get treatment for it. I say to myself. Um, okay, continuing. Um, it seems, though, as if making new friends is going to require a lot of effort, and having a skin thicker than a rhino's probably wouldn't hurt that much either. It would be easiest, of course, if you still have some old friends, as YouGov says over half of us do. Still, if by friends you mean someone from your distant past you've reconnected with on social media, but that connection is limited to a few random likes once or twice a year, and perhaps a happy birthday post if you get reminded in time, well, it could be kind of weird if you suddenly start pushing to deepen the relationship. So this is one of those things. I will say, is one of the best things that you can do is prioritize friendships you already have. It's okay if they weren't everything you've ever dreamed of in a friend, but if you already have people where you have kind of a friendship with them, there is some acquaintance there, there's some connection there, that is a really good place to start. It is really, really good to work on the friendships you already have. There's another issue that comes up, which is like kind of the Tinder syndrome, but for friends, where like people don't prioritize actually investing in dating relationships. Like they go on 1 or 2 dates and ghost each other because it wasn't immediately perfect and magical and amazing, and you're like destined to be together for eternity within the first 5 minutes of each other. But it takes time to get to know people. But people feel like they don't find as much value in investing in that because they're just like, well, there's a million other people out there at my fingertips. But that's not a great way to do things. And we can do this with friends too, where we start to tell ourselves, well, like someday I'll meet my true friend. Some days I'll have this great relationship. It can be tough. Like, for me, I have a lot of difficulty with it. I've like also made my life more difficult. I grew up in Massachusetts. Then I moved to Saitama in Japan. Then I moved to the middle of nowhere in Massachusetts. And then I moved pretty quickly to Kumamoto, Japan. And then I moved to southern France. And then I moved to Seattle. And now I live in Austria. And what does this mean? It means I've got a lot of people that I consider to be dear friends all over the world, and many of whom I will probably never see again. And that sucks. Now, I treasure those memories. I don't begrudge those friendships in any way, but it also means that it's harder for me to, even if I wanted to maintain those friendships, it's difficult because at most, for a lot of them, we'll get to see each other once every couple of years if we have the time and the money to spend to come see each other. It's difficult. However, there are people in Vienna who have expressed interest in friendship with me. And I know I'm out of practice with this, not only because of the pandemic, but also just because I haven't had friends a lot of my life, so I don't know how to do it all that well. And it's tough because they might invite me to things, and I might not say yes to them, but I always need to talk to them about it because if I don't want, because there'll be a thing where like after a certain point in time, enough rejections to invitations, people are likely to stop inviting you to things. However, if you actually talk to people, if I say to my friends, hey, I would love to come to this, but it's not within my COVID risk profile. I don't feel comfortable with this risk, but thank you so much for inviting me. Can we talk about other ways we could spend time together that would make me feel more comfortable than a party with 100 strangers I don't know who are unmasked and we're indoors? Like, that is a way to stay invested in those friendships. The way I have done that so far here is say, you want to go for a walk in the park? Let's go for a walk in the park. Or like, I might have people over for lunch in spring and summer when I can have all the windows open and I can have a fan on and we can might as well be outside. It's still risky, of course, but that's much more within my risk tolerance. Also, I've been sitting for like 2.5 hours. I really need to stand and put my desk up. Just can't sit any longer. My like hips are just like, ugh. Okay. Thank you all for being patient with me while I stand up. Okay, so if you have people that you were good friends with in high school and say you've reconnected with them on social media and you still live in some sort of geographic proximity to them, try reaching out to them. Ask if they want to play a video game with you and hop on Discord together, or, any of the voice chat things and like hang out that way. You can start small, right? This is one of those other things where it says here, it could be weird if you suddenly start pushing to deepen the relationship. The word here is suddenly and deepen, right? You may need to reestablish the relationship slowly before you can make efforts to really deepen it. So if these are people that you were once kind of friends with or were once even good friends with but have kind of lost contact with, you can develop a foundation again with them. You can start by messaging them things like, "Hey, I'm thinking of you," or "This meme reminded me of you." That can't be all it is, because that doesn't really give people a lot to go on, but it's a way to say, like, "I exist. Do you remember that I exist?" And see if they respond. Another thing you can do is send them a funny memory or a good memory, or it doesn't even have to be good. You can just be like, "I was just thinking about how we used to like sit outside of the school on the curb and like just play with little rocks around, and how much time we spent doing that. What a funny memory to have." That's not a very random thing, but you can just say, like, "Yeah, we have memories together." And you can slowly build things up. We're going to talk about also, like, I actually have some like real serious research about very targeted skills for building friendship, and like ways that you can make people feel more comfortable with you. So like, we're definitely going to keep talking about these things. I only want to talk about this in particular a little bit longer because I do want to actually play some game today, and maybe we'll play two different games. We might play some Stardew Valley, and maybe we can play Elden Ring or something, because I'm feeling that. Feels fun to do that. We'll see how much energy I have, though. Okay, so you can connect with people in these ways. You can reach back out. Now, the thing is, I have people from high school that are like dear to me in my memories, and they've gone places that I can't follow. They've gone ways I can't really deal with. I don't think you have ever seen me play Elden Ring. I just started New Game Plus. I was like thinking about it last night of like, "Oh, I should stream this." But then I got like too hyped to like demolish some early game difficult enemies, because I was like, "Haha, I'm powerful now and it's New Game Plus and I want to see how much harder it is." So like, it wouldn't be totally right at the beginning, but we could do that. And that might be fun. We'll see. Or I could just play like Dark Souls Remastered or Dark Souls 3, because I have not played either of those because I didn't have a computer that could run them. Okay, setting that aside, you can rekindle. You might look, though, at the people you were once friends with that are still sort of like within geographic proximity with you, and say, "You know what? There's a reason why we didn't maintain these friendships." So you can start over. There are apps for finding friends. There's the website Meetup. You can also just like hang out. Like, a lot of times your local board game store or video game store might have events at it, and just go to those things. Showing up is like 80% of it. There's good research of like just being willing to go and be with people. 80% of it, that is what 80% of making friends ends up being. If people don't ever see you, they're not going to remember you. And if they don't ever see you, they're not going to think to invite you to things, and it's going to be harder to develop the relationships. There's always limits to this. Kettlestick, you said, "I've tried to find D&D groups on Meetup." Yes. Okay. Thank you, Krellin, for allowing that. I've tried to find D groups on Meetup, and those groups are all ones that haven't been touched since 2019. I was so annoyed. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, like, it's definitely tough. And then Paladin Hulk, you said, "Pop-ups tell me there are lots of lonely people in my area. Seems like mostly women. Weird." Yeah, it's really funny. Charlie's been getting a ton of ads that are like, "There are single mothers in your area." And he and I are both like, "What? I've never seen an ad for like single moms in your area." And I was just like, is this a cultural difference between like America and Austria, or did they just think Charlie in particular is cruising for ladies that already have kids? I don't know. It's interesting, fascinating. We laugh about it. Kettle's like, "That's perfect. I love it. There are single moms in your area and they have exactly 0 time for you." Yes. Yes. All right. So it's hard to start fresh, But I guarantee if you put, I mean, Craigslist personals ended. I used to make friends through Craigslist personals. I also got a lot of jobs. Um, One time when I needed money, and I also was like, I need to practice friendship. I put ads on Craigslist to be a professional friend, and I made a good amount of money being a professional friend. It was mostly people who were like horribly depressed and had no friends and hated themselves and like were also desperately lonely but hated themselves too much to feel like they were anything but a burden. So they were like, I'm down to pay somebody to hang out with me. And then I was like, good thing I have a degree in psychology and some training and how to do things like psychological first aid and not hurt people more. And I was like, you know what? I will be your friend apist. And I got paid to be a professional friend, and it was nice. And yeah, I told I told some people about that, and they thought that I was like for sure gonna get murdered. And I was like, I only meet people in public, and like also whatever. But you can hire people to be your friend as well. Forcing new friendships might not be the best approach. So this is one of those big things where it's like we do still one of those places where we do still have some agency. Yeah, I've done a lot of peer type therapy before where I'm like, I'm not a licensed psychologist. Technically, anybody can call themselves a therapist, depending on the country you're in, but I always stress that, like, I'm not a therapist, but I can do some things and I am licensed for some things. Or certified, not licensed. A little bit different. Okay, let's read what this says. Maybe though, friendship apps and meetups aren't your thing. If the thought of these makes you uncomfortable, don't worry. There may be a better way to find new friends than pursuing it like you're networking to find a new job. As author James Clear tweeted, friendships happen on the way to something else. He goes on to, this is so vague. He goes on to explain, if you try to meet new people, it feels weird and forced. The more you aim for friendship, the more it eludes you. So this is one of those things where like, yes and no. It comes back to that insincere or feeling forced or feeling like desperate that tends to make people feel uncomfortable. No matter how genuinely good-hearted and good-natured it is, it does still tend to rub people the wrong way. So one thing that you can do is to just aim to have a positive single experience with someone and see if friendship happens rather than being like, I need to make friends. Just say like, okay, I'm going to try to stay calm and centered and grounded in myself. I'm going to be careful of my breathing. I'm going to make sure I'm not holding my breath or I'm not breathing like just up here. We tend to pick up on that, and because that's a stress or a trauma thing. Like a lot of people do all of their breathing like right up here and they don't breathe very deeply at all. They definitely don't, like when you get really good breathing, this part of your back should also expand a little bit. And most people don't breathe that deeply. And yeah, the less sort of like fully you breathe, the people will pick up on it subconsciously because it's a way that our body is often processing threat. And because we're social and we're, socially dependent creatures, if we notice someone around us is processing threat, that will also tend to make our body start to process threat because we'll just be like, whoa, did they like see movement in the bushes that I didn't see? Did they like hear something? Is there a tiger over there? It's survival. So, which is not to say that if you've got trauma or like anxiety that you can't make friends. It's just do what you can to sort of keep yourself grounded. Just kind of stay with your breathing as much as you can. And yeah, just practice kind of letting yourself like rest in yourself, even in spaces that are not necessarily restful. And even just thinking about it and just saying like, I want to be calm and centered in myself. I'm going to let myself, rest in myself while I'm in this place. I'm going to stay connected to my breathing. I often like to have something very tactile, like a a worry stone or, just a coin or something that I can use to sort of keep myself very grounded. And a lot of times people will use this phrase like, oh, I just want to get out of my head and like into my body. I don't actually recommend that because getting out of your head is still kind of being dissociated. You want to be present here and here. And also, I don't like the mind body dualism. Like, I don't vibe with that. But I don't like this idea of like, oh, I just need to stop thinking. I need to get out of my head and just like into my body. And that's really being here and authentic. And I hear that a lot of these festivals I teach at, I'm always just like, no, that's not also good consent. You need to be present with both if you want to like not violate your own consent or your own boundaries and be able to authentically consent to things. You need to be connected and integrated in both. I have a lot of things to talk about today. I didn't think that this one article was going to inspire so much. So what this can mean is don't try to force it. Stay with your breathing. Just enjoy having a moment with people and just maybe tell yourself, like, I want to have the best possible experience with this person in this moment, then try to make forever happen right now. And that'll help you just attend to the person you're interacting with. This is one of those other things that can make it harder with friendship if you don't seem like you're really listening. If you're just like, yeah, I'm so excited, whoa. But it seems like you're not actually connecting with what the person is saying. You're not really responding to what they have said. You're not really acknowledging these things. One of the problems is most people aren't that good at listening. So if you really cultivate very good active and reflective listening skills, you get really good at attending to conversations, you will start to notice the ways other people super suck at it. But that does by no means mean that you should not practice these skills. These skills will make people feel calm in your presence, will make people feel validated, will make them feel listened to, seen, and respected. It'll help build trust. And these are things that will enable you to deepen your friendships. So that also includes practicing active and reflective listening skills, learning about how to attend to a conversation. What does that mean? We'll talk about that in future episodes, but it is, and I think we have talked about it a million years ago, but it is important to come back to it. Okay. One like Packer contributor very much agrees with this sentiment. She stated that joining an exercise class didn't really net her too many new pals, since everyone was focused on their individual goals. When she joined a choir, however, she was working alongside others in pursuit of a common goal, and closeness ensued. So this is also a second half. So the first half of like monitoring what places you feel the most comfortable. You also need to look at, do the places where I feel comfortable help present me with opportunities to actually make friends and connect with people? Or how I move through these spaces, does this... Yeah, so Krillin, I'm going to talk about that because I think that that's very common, is paying attention and remembering what they say. That is a very good place to start. Absolutely. Paying attention and remembering what they say. Sometimes people get annoyed when you remember too well what they say and you try to say, oh, well, you said this thing, because they can feel like they're being monitored or whatever. I don't think that's what you're talking about. But one of the things that can happen is sometimes people think active listening is very sort of silent and very, I don't necessarily think this is what you're saying, but I do want to talk about this. Very silent, very one directional, very much like, I'm just going to listen and I'm going to remember. But it also includes things like nonverbal feedback, clarifying questions, paraphrasing and rephrasing for people. It means encouraging them to continue on, even with just phrases like, and then what happened? Or, oh yeah, what happened next? Or go on, or, oh, that's so interesting. And it has to sort of include this sort of both drawing in and opening up space for someone. And yes, Arada, and ADHD makes it much harder. It does. Especially because the more excited I am, the more talkative I get. And that's tough. Because if I really want to listen to somebody and I'm excited about the conversation I'm having, it gets harder. But practice. Building tools, building structure. One thing that's helpful is before I go to an event where this might happen, where I might like get too excited and talk over people and not listen well, is I check in with myself ahead of time. I also acknowledge that this is a thing that could happen, and I think about how can I slow down? What is a way that I can help keep myself really grounded so that I don't get so in my thoughts and just go, go, go? How can I sort of come back? How can I remember to ask questions? Sometimes I'll even put a note card of like good questions to ask to facilitate encouraging someone else to speak and helping me remember to listen. And helping the conversation stay interesting for me as well, because good listening is also includes editing, which is a whole other skill set. But like editing conversation is a conversational techniques that actually help conversations stay deep or go deeper and become more interesting, and not just like skate around a bunch of like surface level nothing. And there's a good video on YouTube. It's from the School of Life, which is very hit or miss organization, not always that evidence-based, but some of their writing on how to be a good, some of their videos on how to be a good listener and listening as editing. They have a really good video showing a conversation where there's no editing happening and people are just sort of jumping around and there's a lot of non sequiturs and the conversation's very unsatisfying, versus showing people having the same conversation but with some good active reflective listening skills and also some editing. And you can see the sort of ways in which that can play out. So I recommend that video. I can't necessarily recommend all of School of Life's videos, though. I think sometimes they are talking out of their ass. Okay. Or you could just embrace the upside of being alone. Okay, you know those scary stats out there meant to prove that if you don't go out and make a bunch of new friends immediately, you'll die before you even hit retirement age and will inevitably be eaten by your pets before anyone even notices. The dangers of loneliness, it seems, have been a teensy bit exaggerated. A 2018 study published in the medical journal Heart found that when you looked at social isolation as a risk factor for heart disease and stroke, and then you also took into account other factors such as study subjects' socioeconomic levels, pre-existing health conditions, levels of physical fitness, smoking and drinking, loneliness itself played a far less significant role than was previously thought in the case. So the one critique I'm going to say here is all of these things are related to each other. Having a lower socioeconomic status means you are less likely to own a car. And if you do own a car, you're less likely to be able to afford to drive everywhere and more likely to be worried about wearing down your car and it dying sooner. So you're going to want to drive less. You're also less likely to have a space that's big enough to host people. You're less likely to live in a place that is inviting for people to visit. You're less likely to have access to things to do together. You're going to be like me when I lived in Seattle and literally got priced out of friendships because I couldn't afford to do all these things, like constantly go to these expensive restaurants and stuff. And I like your joke around it. And you're also more likely to live in places where there are not a lot of opportunities for physical activity, especially if you can't go drive someplace where it's not safe to walk around outside. And you're more likely to, compensate for the high levels of stress and boredom and understimulation and trauma with things like drugs and alcohol. And these all go together, right? Like these are not separate from each other. These are all intertwined factors. And so, yes, it's not just that loneliness is the thing that kills you, but it's also not, these things are not separate from loneliness. These are all factors in the same system that makes up why so many of us don't have that many friends and why a lot of us struggle to be lonely. Now, you can enjoy being lonely, or being alone, I should say. You can be the kind of person who feels like, I'm okay with myself. I'm okay. I gotta put my bunny slippers on. I got my bunny slippers. Anyway, yeah, it depends on the person, but it's important for us to have choices, right? That still is what it comes back to, is having choices. And if you, thank you, Cowstick. My mom got them for me to reference Pee-wee's Playhouse. Yes, choices. That's the point. I want to get through this article. So, it says here, forcing yourself into ill-fitting friendships does more harm than good. And it is also true. You don't want to be in friendships where it's dudes who are going to come up to you like my ex-friend did, where they like just feel comfortable pushing your nose to the side and laughing at you and doing other really weird transgressive shit all the time. And you just don't understand what's happening and how to process it. So you're just like, oh, quirky dude. And yeah. Anyway, I think it's also one of the reasons why a lot of people who are neurodivergent end up experiencing a lot more unhealthy, toxic, abusive circumstances, because we don't always understand that what people are doing is not normal, because we're like, oh, I don't ever understand what's normal or what other people are doing, so I guess this is fine. Anyway, small ways you can be a better friend. So these are some good points. Listen. Become good at active and reflective listening. Just really practice it, practice it, practice it. We talk about it some in our How to Make a Good Apology class. We talk about it in our relationship skills series. I'm thinking of developing a series that's just about practicing friendship. Keep secrets. This is also one of those things where there is one of the evidence-based things I want to bring up, which is, let me go to, okay, spontaneous trait transference. This is the idea I want to share with you all. It is important to keep people's secrets and to not gossip or trash talk other people behind their back, because traits that you ascribe to other people are likely to think of you. So if you constantly say this person's an idiot, that person's an idiot, people are going to be more likely to think you're an idiot. Whereas if you lift other people up and how you talk about them, people are more likely to also associate those traits with you. And so if you're regularly complimenting people behind their back, like saying, oh, they're so kind, or they're so smart, or they're so lovely, people are also more likely to perceive you that way. It's a weird phenomena, but it's pretty well studied. Happens, it seems to be pretty cross-culturally as well. So yes, it says here, spontaneous trait transference or inference is the term utilized in social psychology to describe the mechanism that causes individuals to inform impressions of people based on behaviors they witness them exhibiting. And there are other aspects of this. Let me give you this article. Transference, inference. This one here is also really good. This is, for some reason, inference, not transference. I don't know why it was the wrong one. Let me see. Where is the fundamental attribution error is related, but that's not what I want to talk about. Okay, here are two articles about this. So it says here, let's talk about spontaneous trait transference, an interesting psychological basis for avoiding all forms of trash talk about others. Listening to someone talk badly about another person is an awkward experience all around. This is true for the speaker, the subject of the conversation, and anyone else who happens to be listening. The awkward dynamics in such a situation can often be attributed to what is a concept known as spontaneous trait transference. In psychology, transference is a phenomenon where an individual subconsciously directs their feelings about an important figure in their life toward another person, such as a therapist. We've talked about transference in therapy before. For example, a patient's past experiences with a parent might influence the way they interact with their therapist, and this interaction could lead to the revival of either positive or negative emotions. Transference can occur even if there are distinct differences between the two subjects. In our example, even if the therapist had no physical or personality resemblances to the patient's parent, the patient may still transfer feelings based on perceived similarities. Understanding what transference is can give us a deeper insight into the nature of spontaneous trait transference. So basically, if you talk about other people, people are going to associate it with you. There are a bunch of good examples in this, like suspicious salespeople, careless criticizers, Debbie Downers, admirable advocates, etc. Basically, speak highly of other people. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. This is not to say you can never talk about things that people have done wrong. It doesn't mean you can't talk about, say, how a boundary wasn't respected, how consent wasn't upheld. It doesn't mean you can't talk about harm. It means, as a practice, try not to trash talk other people. Hi, Sadina. You said, thanks for the tips about School of Life. Their programs looked intriguing and expensive, but they're cheap if I don't go. So you may have saved me the time and money I would have spent sorting through their materials. Yeah, so at School of Life, the guy who runs it is like an armchair, self-appointed philosopher. I don't think that they have a PhD or even a master's in anything like psychology, sociology, philosophy, anything related. I think that they're just kind of a rich guy who likes to philosophize. Some of the things they've written are pretty legit and have good advice in them, but there are other things that I've read where I'm just like, what are they even talking about? And sometimes they're written in ways that are so generic that it's very similar to the way like a lot of horoscopes get written, where I'm just kind of like, okay, this isn't really saying anything. Yeah, so I'm glad I could be helpful there. So how you can use this to your advantage: try not to gossip, criticize, or judge other people. You can still talk about things. You can still process things with other people, right? Charlie and I do this often after we go to any kind of social event. We'll want to process what happened together. But I always take the time to be very clear between what it is I am trying to understand or process and ascribing traits to another person. I might feel confused about something or disappointed, but I don't try to say this person is an asshole or this person is. There are a couple of people that I might say that kind of thing about in my life that I've known ever, but like in general, I try to be pretty gentle, and that can be helpful. So here's another article. This one is actually a psych website. You're right, Aradin. Yeah, you can say things like Elon Musk is an asshole, but you want to be careful. So this is one of those things where this is like actual evidence-based things. Keep secrets, don't trash talk other people, don't betray people's trust. Trust is one of those things, I've seen this so many times, but you actually have to show people that you are worthy of trust. There's a certain level of like implicit trust that people will give based on their personality and other factors. But to get deeper trust, really meaningful trust, takes time, takes exposure, and takes consistency. And it's way easier to lose trust than it is to gain trust. And if you betray trust, it can sometimes never come back because you will have shown you're not worthy of that kind of trust. There are definitely people that I will trust, for example, to like help me, fix a car or clean my house, but I wouldn't trust them to say, watch my child if I had one. So there are different types of trust, and trust can be very context dependent. But there are some things where loss of confidence, loss of this sort of like, I believe you're going to respect, my basic autonomy. Because again, if you trash talk people, if you share their secrets, that ends up violating that a person's has a right to their like information and their story. Yeah, it's just not a good idea. Ask questions. This is one of those things that goes a really long way. And it's also the Gottman Institute. They talk a lot about like looking for emotional bids for connection, and also like turning toward your romantic partner as being like one of the big secrets to long-lasting romantic relationships, but this is also true in friendships. Be genuinely interested in the inner lives of your friends. Be genuinely interested in what's going on in their life. Like, not just their inner lives, but like the things that are sort of happening in them. And ask as many questions as you can. Be empathetic. This takes practice. People often talk about being empathetic as though it's something you can just like switch on. But there are ways in which you can increase your empathy. So one of the things I really like to do as an empathy practice is before bed, I often like to sort of visualize imagining people that I know being very happy or very successful or sort of like fulfilled in some way that has nothing to do with me. So then I don't also like associate my importance in these other people's lives in a way that might not be great, but I also just try to then feel happy for them in my sort of visualization. I also try to imagine, just practice imagining what it would be like to be in these other people's situations. I really don't, if I'm watching a movie or reading a book that is moving me, I don't back away from those feelings, even if they're intense. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, Sadina Gottman group, they're genuinely, I really support them. They've got a lot of good stuff there. And I think they really are focused on sort of marriage, romantic, and family relationships. But I think that a lot of the advice that they give can be extended to just improving a lot of other relationships. And they don't often talk about consent, but often the things that they talk about have good implications for improving consent practices. And I would love to collaborate with them at some point. So then being empathetic, it really takes practice. So allow yourself to be vulnerable, even with yourself. Like if you're reading a book or watching a movie or you're playing The Last of Us or something and you want to cry, don't back away from that. Because the more you separate yourself from your own internal emotional experiences, the harder it will also then be to connect with others. And that doesn't mean like become an empath, open the floodgates. Like people who describe themselves as empaths, like I will totally admit that's often a small red flag to me because I have very rarely encountered someone who describes himself as an empath who isn't actually like a little bit more focused on like their projection of what they think you're feeling, and then can often make any conversation about their feelings and how it's affecting them, even if you're talking about like your own hardships. You don't want to do that to people, but be okay to connect with yourself deeply. It will also help you have more emotional intimacy in your friendships. If you're afraid of your own emotional inner self, it's going to be hard to approach someone else's. And again, Rodden, I gotta just say I relate. I regularly will make people up in my head and then get sad about their lives. Like I'll just like imagine things going like really wrong for people and will just like torture myself with that. And what I do is I don't try to chide myself for that or stop myself from doing it. I just actively make sure that I imagine happy situations too, and imagine like feeling happy for people in ways that have nothing to do with me. Yeah. And you're saying yours are usually about you. So funny thing, a funny fact that you might enjoy is that's a very common hallmark of depression. I don't know if you have depression, but just as like a general idea is one of the hallmarks of the way depression affects cognition is increased self-referential thinking. Essentially, you stop thinking about yourself in context of the world around you. And we tend to, when we get depressed, start to imagine ourselves in ever worse positions. And we also tend to increasingly tell ourselves a negative story about the position we're in, about who we are as a person, about our life circumstances, about our history, because this increased in self-referential thinking means we no longer think about ourselves in a context, and we just tend to think about ourselves in this like increasingly narrowing spiral. And it becomes very, very common to then also start to imagine oneself in even worse scenarios and then feel that. But that does also tend to make it harder for us to have other types of empathy for ourselves and also other types of empathy for other people. Or you said, like, I'll imagine in a situation where I have to choose between getting food for myself or getting food for the cat. Yeah, I mean, this to me is, that kind of thing is something that's very common for people to imagine. Our brains are these really intense simulation machines, and like simulating things, including negative things, is an important survival strategy. Like, we need to be able to imagine, how we would survive getting attacked by the tiger so that we can be prepared for that. But if this is where your mind kind of always goes and you can get stuck in these thoughts and then they have a profound impact on you, very common with depression. Okay, so make time for them is one of the other ideas. This is one of the few articles where I'm like, okay, they could have taken it a lot deeper. I understand that all the research says that when you write articles, keep them short and sweet, no more than 15 minutes to read because people don't finish them. But also, like, I feel like if that's the case, it's better to just pick then one of these things and write a 15-minute article about one aspect and then create a bunch of articles over time than just give these very, very surface level things that leave. What does it mean a lot of the time, right? We say be empathetic, and I just spent like 20 minutes talking about some ways to help you cultivate empathy for yourself and others and some skills and like what that means and the limitations of it and ways to take it too far, because otherwise just say like be mindful. What is it? Okay, sure, be mindful and empathetic. Done. I want people to have actual tools. I really want for everybody there to be more access to our autonomy. Your autonomy is so important. It is one of the only things we really have in life. Owning yourself, owning your own freedom in your own life, however much you can, is essential. And like, I want you all to have that as much as possible. And this is one of my goals with especially the Tuesday streams, is I want to increase little by little tools that you might have to access agency and autonomy. Exactly, Ron. It's like a doctor just saying exercise and eat better, and that's it. What does eat better even mean? Especially within a context that I'm in. How can I do that? What are the barriers that I have to that? And also, like, how do we know that eating better is the thing that's actually going to make this thing change? Okay, make time for them. Strong friendships take time and attention. Yes, of course, there are periods of time when you're both busy and don't have as much time as you like for hour-long phone chats or leisurely dinners. But one of the ways you can be a better friend is to do what you can to make time for your friends. In order to be a better friend, you have to be intentional about carving out time to cultivate your friendship. So this is, I think, one of the most important statements in this whole article here, which is that if you don't actively invest in time with friendships, your friendships will not grow. So I don't remember what it is. I didn't have time to look up the research, but like there is some research that it's like takes this many meetings to like go from this kind of acquaintance to that kind of acquaintance, and then acquaintance to kind of quasi friend, friend to good friend, best friend. But you only get there through time investment. And time also is one of the few things we have. Like all we have is lifetime. It's hi Wisteria. Oh, thank you for joining. And no worries about needing to dip out. Time is one of the few things we have, right? I don't like the idea of like wasting time because all we have is lifetime. And so giving time to somebody is one of the most important gifts we can give to someone. And I'm not someone who like particularly is affected as a love language by quality time in terms of just like pure feeling, but in terms of intellectual understanding of value, like I definitely feel it. And I try to use that as a way to also communicate intention and investment in other people. So what was I saying? Mostly, I want to drink some of this tea, and I will continue my thought in a second. Make time for people. Not that long ago, I had somebody ask me who is someone I'm hoping to become good friends with over time. They were like, there's an event coming up. I don't like this day. Can we just chat for a little bit? I don't want to, go to these other things on this day. Can we just do that? And I was just like, yes, I will absolutely block off time in my schedule to have at least an hour to give to you because you've asked for this thing and I want to invest that in our friendship. It's important to me. And it doesn't have to be many, many, many hours a day. Making time for people can be like every once in a while, something important's coming up and you're like, I'm absolutely going to dedicate this block of time to someone. It can also mean sending someone a text once in a while. Like I said, you can just send somebody like thinking of you. It's often also when we talk about distress tolerance skills, one of the skills we can do is building meaning into our days and other sources of esteem. And one way to do that is to do things that are nice for other people. They don't have to be big grand gestures or huge acts of service. It can just mean sending someone a text message that says, I really enjoy being your friend. I think you're really cool. Thank you for, the time we spent together recently. Or this meme was making me think of you. I hope you enjoy it. Just letting people know that they matter to you in some small way. That can't be the only thing you do, but if you make time for people in small ways in your day, it will still help develop friendships. It can be tough. I can really struggle to do this consistently. I'm much more likely to be the kind of person who's like, I'm going to spend 2 hours texting with someone on, WhatsApp and then not talk to them for months. But I've been working on improving that skill. And this links in well with showing gratitude and appreciation. You can do that through simple text messages. You can do that through a nice card or, offering to make them dinner sometime. This can be tough, and I do think it is not surprising to me that many of these pictures are pictures of women together, like almost. Let me actually go back to the beginning of the article. Are there any pictures of men being friends with each other? Okay, there's a group of men and women. But so far, it's almost entirely women being friends with other women. And I do also want to spend an episode, at least one, probably multiple, talking specifically about structural and social barriers to men having friends, because that is its own situation that is particularly dire and definitely deserves its own dedicated time. But yeah, looking through stock photos of friendship, probably didn't find that many of dudes. And as someone who has said many times, I love dudes. I love nerdy dudes. I love being friends with guys. Most of my friends my whole life have been men, and I relate a lot to guys. I feel sad for dudes for not having more friends. It's really important to me that, men have friends. My heart regularly breaks in many ways for many people, and this is one of those things that really happens. And I also do recognize, yes, there's this prohibition against men and women being friends with each other, but also I want for the men in my life who I am friends with or care about, which is, I care about my friends who are guys, but also men who I care about who are not necessarily just friends, like family members and Charlie and colleagues and stuff. I want them to also have other opportunities. I get sad if I'm the one close, intimate friend somebody has, because often that means that the relationship in some ways is not always balanced. I may be being a friend therapist to them, which I'm happy to do, right? This is one of those things where I have this skill set. I didn't want to become a therapist because for many reasons, but one of them is I wanted to have this energy to put into my friendships in my daily life and not just do it as my job. But I want them to have other options because I can't always be there. I'm not always the most consistent person. I have really bad ADHD. Sometimes I forget my friend exists for like weeks. And I'm like, all right, I haven't talked to this person for weeks. I totally forgot that they even existed. And then, yeah, it's just, and I want them to be able to have friendship with other men and it not to be a scary thing. Because it's going to be probably in some ways, no matter how, progressive we are, it still might end up being different in quality and nature and some of the things that are easy for the people to talk about, some of the places that those friendships can go. It may end up being different. For some people, even though men and women can be, who are both heterosexual, can be good friends with each other, there might still be barriers to it going certain places as a friend that it wouldn't be if they were two women or two men. Now, that's not to say that that's an inevitable thing or that it's anything to do with nature. It's just a thing that is true with some people. It's the same with age differences, right? I have had friends that I'm very good friends with who are, I became friends with some of the students I taught when I was a high school teacher. And like when I started teaching high school students, I was only a few years older than them. But I was still at a very different, I had already gone to university and was working a job and they were still in high school. Like Charlie was a freshman in high school and I was a freshman in college. I try not to think too hard about that. We met after he graduated from college, so there's that. But, there are people who I have been good friends with, but I'm much older than or much younger than. And there are ways in which those friendships are very close. And there are ways in which it will be harder for them to be as close as they could be until time passes, because there are ways in which if I'm friends with someone who's like 20, right? There are ways in which trying to engage with them in the same ways I might engage with someone who is also in their 30s might be hard. It might be weird. It might be like, I can't really put it in the words the right way, but there might be limitations. Okay. Again, don't talk about them behind their back. It comes to keeping secrets and know when to intervene. This is also one of those things that's really important. And this is also one of the ones that comes down to being able to hold space for people, hold space in community, and to prevent harm and accountability. So just talking about like harm, nobody becomes the kind of person who needs to be kicked out of or banned from a community or like lose all of their friends overnight. Usually that person has crossed thousands of thresholds to get there, often in public view, often with little to no pushback. Calling your friends in is important. Now, unfortunately, a lot of us have in our minds a model that says the way to be a good friend is to protect my friends from accountability, to never call them on their bullshit, to like just look the other way, etc., etc. That is not true, in my opinion. That is not a good friendship. But because a lot of us carry this even subconsciously, it makes it a lot harder for us to actually intervene. So it's good to have a conversation with people in friendships before things get difficult. It doesn't have to be right away, but before like things come up that you might want to intervene on, or if like something has happened, but it's not, you don't feel like it's that big of a deal yet, to just talk about, hey, how would you feel if I ever wanted to call you in on something? Like, how can we be supportive with each other? Don't be afraid to just ask about these things. It's good. It will bring more closeness. It will really help develop this. And there may be other times where things are self-destructive. You may have to do an intervention on occasion, but that is a way to show love and friendship for someone. Okay, there's more advice. Be encouraging and supportive. Say when you're sorry. Show up. Be present. This one's also really important. Don't forget to take care of yourself. And it's also really important to remember being a better friend is something you can work on. A lot of us have very fixed mindsets when it comes to our social skills, our friendship ability. We tend to think because I don't already have a million friends, I will never have friends. I will never have close friendships. I'm doomed to be lonely forever. Not true. Friendship is it's a skill. It's a skill you can learn and get better at through practice. So I'll share this link in the chat again so you can continue reading it. I'm feeling a little tired of reading out loud, so I'm not going to actually read this article the rest of the way today. But this was posted. I'll share this in the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, our Patreon is how you get access to it. $3 a month, and you get access to this really awesome community of people, all dedicated to building consent culture and supporting each other. Check it out. Think about it. You also get articles and podcasts and all this other stuff. But we can post this in Discord and talk about it. And this is a very interesting article. It was published in the Journal of Personality and Individual Differences. And it's titled, What Prevents People from Making Friends? A Taxonomy of Reasons. And I think it's a really good article. It's not that long, it's only 6 pages. It goes into some of the things we already talked about, but it really has the discussion section, I think, is one of the really good points. And I think we'll talk about this next time. If you also want to get the link to get it through your own institutions or buy it or whatever, here it is. I have one thing to show you all about traffic. One thing. Okay. Just why I prefer bicycles and public transit over private vehicles. It says here, every time police or policymakers claim to improve road safety by disciplining cyclists and pedestrians and being visible, show them this. High vis, flags, lights, daylight. Just watch this video. All right, this is road work. All the flags. Just plows right into the person because they were probably texting or not paying attention. Cars are giant death machines. I really hate them. All right, so there's I have a lot of other tabs. So many things to talk about. I'm so excited for this topic of like structural barriers to friendship, skill barriers to friendship, ways we can cultivate friendship. I want to hear from all of you. In Discord, you can do it in the accountability and check-ins section. If you're down for a challenge, I want you to, at least once this week, goal is 3 times this week, message somebody a sweet friend message. Just say something like, I like being your friend, or thanks for being friends with me, or I was thinking of you. You don't have to offer to hang out. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be anything big. You can even just say like, man, I was just thinking about how great you are at guitar. It's really cool. It doesn't even have to be something that emotional, right? It can just be like, I really appreciate how good you are at, dancing. Just, if you're willing for a challenge, try to do it with at least one person this week. Goal is 3 people if you can. 1 is good. 3 is extra credit. And see how it feels. Really track how do you feel before, during, and after. And try to notice your mood. Because a lot of the time, reaching out and being kind to other people is also something that will lift your own mood. Now, of course, if someone's an asshole and it's like, you're a weirdo, why would you say that to me? Yeah, like, whatever. But that's not everything. All right. Let's play a little bit of Stardew Valley. And then let's play a little bit of Elden Ring. I probably will pause the stream for Elden Ring and close some things out and then come back for Elden Ring. If we do that, it depends on how much energy I have. I'm just closing some things. Got to get it all set up. Last week on the stream, I remember that my video got really bad all of a sudden. I'm very sorry about that. I did finish that day, but I didn't continue past it at all. It was a little nice because I was able to just get like a bunch of boring tasks done, like organizing my refrigerators in the game because it's not very interesting to watch. If I don't stream Elden Ring today, I'll definitely do some in the next couple weeks. Just chill, no too deep of conversation. I do want to keep talking about friendship, though. I'm not going to just stop talking about friendship and the science of friendship simply because we are playing this game, right? That looks good. Just bring this up just a little bit. Okay, so challenge this week, message one person. Just say that they're a good friend or give them a compliment, something simple. You can even just say, hey dude, this meeting made me think of you. Detibron, you said both that you're not familiar with Elden Ring and you'd like to get a feel for the gameplay. And then also, I like the challenge to send a kind message to a friend. It's something I want to work on doing more often anyway, so it's really good timing. Nice. I really like doing it. I try to send a lot of those messages because there are a lot of people I appreciate. Someone annoyed spirits, just never happening. All right, let's see what's going on. Fried mushrooms, heck yeah. So this is also one of those things, right? The game does a really good job of showing one of the ways that you can be friends, which is just sending messages to people, right? We don't have like Snapchat or Facebook or whatever messages happening here. We'll send little letters, but it still is really good. And this does bring me to one of those like scientific things when it comes to friendship. It's something called the mere exposure effect. I did not mean to go outside, but all right, here we are. Let's try to open the door again. The mere exposure effect. So it pretty much is exactly what it sounds like, which is basically that we tend to have more positive views of things we interact with often. It's basically one of the principles of advertising, where like the ads don't have to be good, but just being exposed to a product or a brand over and over again tends to increase our positive feelings about it. It's also one of the reasons why showing up is like 80% of making friends, is because the more someone is exposed to you, the more likely they are to feel positively about you, especially if those interactions are positive interactions, right? Like obviously if they're having a bunch of negative interactions with you, that's different. Yeah, I see you do that a lot on Twitter, Aradin, and I really appreciate it. What? There we go. All right, getting this milk. Come on. Okay. You don't have any milk right now. That's fine. That's fine. Let's put that in there. Gonna make some cheese. The bottom of the screen is cut off. Thank you, Aradin. Let me just... Oops. I'm gonna smallify it a little. That looks good. That looks good. Wow, now my screen, or my skin looks kind of green. This is weird. Very weird. So the mere exposure effect. Like I said, it's kind of the principle that underlies a lot of advertising. Being exposed to things, the more we're exposed to them, the more positive we tend to feel about them. So how does it apply to friendship? People see you more often, they're more likely to feel positively about you. Simple as that. You know, one of the ways that this can manifest is why sometimes people will feel a lot of trust for someone who's actually a stranger, but they've just seen them a bunch of times and they don't really remember where they saw them from. This happens a lot with like a neighbor that you bump into a lot, for example, but you've never really talked to, and then you might see them in another location, and suddenly you're like, whoa, I feel like I know this person. They seem nice. You might never, ever, ever have actually talked to them. Tiburon, you said, I'm glad the stream quality is behaving. today. It was super frustrating last week. Yeah, I'm so sorry. And it was doing it a bit for me on Sunday as well. I was starting to wonder if it was an issue on my computer. Oh, you're right. Or a streamer, Aradin. That is a really good point. I did see Wednesday, and I did very much enjoy it. All right, let's make some of these iridium sprinklers so we can put some more things in the greenhouse. Can I say hello to you? Yes, looks like. So how do we use the mirror exposure effect? Well, it also helps if those are positive experiences, right? So one of the things that's often an underrated tool is being friendly and smiling at people. Now, of course, it still is going to be the trick of you don't want to be too intense about it so that it starts to seem weird or insincere, right? That's one of the tricks is you can't freak people out. Just smiling way too intensely at a stranger is likely to make them incredibly uncomfortable. But being pleasant. In Japan, there's a thing called aisatsu, which basically is just greetings. But actively greeting people is often a way to, is like a thing that is very important, especially if it's someone older than you that you're encountering. Just sort of like saying hello to them or good morning. And that does tend to create a better feeling. You can do this in your neighborhood as well. It doesn't, getting to know your neighbors does not have to be, as we've talked about, like these super, oh, thank you for the new follow. Who was it? I didn't see the notification. I just saw the follower goal was reached, 270. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited. Yes. Also, I just realized I need to change the stream category to Stardew. Peach Poacher. How to overcome rejections. I love this question. Thank you so much for asking this. Also, welcome. How to overcome rejections. Well, that's actually a very good question. And rejections suck. I just want to start by saying that like being rejected is often quite painful and it can make you feel like shit. And it makes absolute sense that it would be something that you don't love. And so if you have this kind of question, I just want to start by really stressing it's very, very normal. How to get over rejections, there are lots of different tools we can use. The first one is to check in with your emotions often. Stay really grounded in your feelings and be really careful of like sneaky self-hate stories that you could start telling yourself. Check in with your thinking. Try to slow down. Sorry, I'm rushing through this answer a little bit. I'm going to take some time with it. So one of the first ways you can help yourself with rejections is becoming more in touch with your own emotions. That doesn't mean, oh no, I just chopped down that tree, rather than that's unfortunate. Unfortunate bike. Unfortunate bike. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Being more aware of your emotions and how they impact you is really important. That's probably is a lot easier said than done. So some of the ways you can get more in tune with your emotions is to just practice checking in with yourself a few times a day. Whenever you remember to check in with yourself, just take a moment and reflect on, how am I feeling right now? What am I thinking about? How am I dealing with things? Where do I notice sensations in my body? The reason for this is the first step. You need to practice getting more comfortable with checking in with your emotions in order to become more comfortable with when they get intense or uncomfortable or difficult. I know this isn't just like a super simple answer, but it takes some time. I did not mean to use my sword as a scythe or my pickaxe, but yeah, sword as a scythe is often useful when I don't have my scythe around. Anyway, the next thing that you can do is start to notice how your feelings are interacting with your thoughts and your actions. So there's this idea in psychology, it's called the cognitive triangle, and it's that if we draw a triangle and each point is labeled thoughts, feelings, and actions, well, one each, we can think about how our thoughts affect our feelings affect our thoughts affect our feelings and our actions affect our thoughts and our feelings affect our thoughts and our actions. So how does this help with rejection? Well, if you get into a situation where you get some kind of rejection or even perceived rejection, where you just feel like you're being rejected, even though the person you might think is rejecting you does not feel the same way, you might start to close off and get really quiet and back away. You might start to tell yourself a story that you're a bad person or nobody likes you or something really negative, and this is likely to make you feel worse. So practice increasing your awareness of your thoughts and your feelings. This is a good question. You added facing rejections, both in love life as well as while applying for jobs. Really got my self-esteem down and getting depressed more as time is passing. I'm really sorry to hear that. And also, this is very, very normal. It's normal to have these kinds of feelings and to get overwhelmed by these things or to get really depressed about them. So becoming more aware of your thoughts and your feelings and how they all interplay with each other is really important. Some other things then you can do, practice. One really simple skill that you can do quickly, practice getting rejected from things. It's a kind of training you can do. What do I mean by this? Ask people for ridiculous things you know that they're going to say no to. So, for example, when you're getting on a plane, if you ever are getting on a plane, ask the people in first class to switch with you. They're probably going to say no, but it doesn't hurt to ask them, right? They're just going to say no. And then it gets you used to feeling okay with a no. You can also do things like ask, someone driving a, fancy car, hey, will you give me your car? Or you go into an ice cream shop and say, hey, can I have a free ice cream cone? They're going to say no. If they say yes, cool. But probably they're going to just say no, and that's okay. So getting yourself used to it, because one of the things that also happens is if you've got this trifecta of not necessarily being super connected with your thoughts, feelings, and actions and their interplay, if you get a strong response from something that is upsetting, and then you start to spiral in some sort of way, and your nervous system is not used to rejection and it gets really keyed up by it, you're likely to feel really bad and to stay feeling bad for a long time. Now, rejection sucks. Like, there's no denying rejection sucks. And it's okay to feel like shit because of it. But the tools you can use to reduce the impact it has is figuring out what's the sneaky story I'm telling myself. This is something that is both an idea from Buddhism. If you don't know, I'm an ordained Buddhist monk in the Japanese Shingon lineage of Buddhism. But I am also trained and certified in things like psychological first aid, and one of my bachelors is in psychology. And this is something that is a thought that's in both types of thinking about, our emotional and inner lives. So basically, the idea here is that pain, difficulty in life is inevitable. Things are going to go wrong, and that's okay. But the suffering, it feeling like hardcore shit for a very long time, is something we do have some control over. And often, the things that really torture us are thoughts we don't even realize we're having. A story we're telling ourselves about what something means. So this is where becoming really self-aware about the thoughts, feelings, and actions triangle and practicing it can really, really be helpful, because it can teach you what's the story I tell myself when things go wrong. And you can then ask yourself questions to sort of defang that story, like what's the evidence I have for this and against this? What's the, am I confusing something that is possible with something that is likely? Am I, assuming that something that happened once in the past is always going to happen? Am I using any of these extreme words like always, all or nothing thinking, always, never, forever, that kind of thing? And if you catch yourself having those thoughts, it's okay. Like, it's very normal. But you can also say, do I want to keep having this thought? Is this thought actually giving me the thing that I want? It can be hard, right? Like you have this thought, it feels really strong, and you might think, yeah, this thought sucks, but like it's true or whatever. Well, it probably isn't true. It's probably your brain lying to you, because our brains do that, because our brains are very amazing simulation machines, and our brain's job is to keep us alive, not happy. So our brains are actually really good at torturing us with thoughts that it thinks are going to help keep us alive, because a lot of what we design, or not design, but a lot of the way our brain developed was to try to predict, is there a tiger in the woods over there that's going to kill me? Or is this, nearby tribe that seems a little antsy today gonna kill me? Or the vibe's off? Do I need to get on the first boat out of here? And oftentimes false positives kept us alive really well, right? So we often have to fiddle with that architecture a little bit and make it more adaptive for us. So one of the tools you can use is something called, I'll put it into the chat, called chain analysis. Chain analysis uses the cognitive triangle. The cognitive triangle, remember, is the thoughts, feelings, and actions triangle. So chain analysis is a really amazing tool. I love it. I do it almost every day of my life, where you look at something happens and you write down what is the event. What is the thing that happened? Now, you might have really strong feelings going on and you don't know what the event that caused them is, so it's okay if you don't. So you can also start with what am I feeling? Am I having, a panic attack? Am I feeling really guilty? Am I feeling really shitty in some way? Try to describe it as well as you can, really dig in and try to connect with it. And then reverse the chain and say, okay, what was happening right before this? Can I identify a thought, a feeling, or an action that came before this? And try to find what is the link of thoughts, feelings, and actions. It doesn't have to be in that order. It can be a bunch of thoughts, it can be a bunch of feelings, it can be any kind of mixture of them. But what is this chain of events that was happening that I am likely subconsciously torturing myself with, that is making my nervous system become more keyed up and making this feeling that I'm having heightened and lasting a lot longer? So that's a longer term skill, right? It takes time to practice that, and it can be helpful right away. Like the first time you practice it, it might be helpful, or it might take time for it to be helpful. Both are totally common. There's nothing wrong if it doesn't make you feel better immediately. It just takes some time. So some other tools that you can use to help: recentering yourself. I know you've probably seen a million things that are like mindfulness this and mindfulness that don't actually explain, first of all, what mindfulness even is or why it works. And mindfulness doesn't work for everyone. Mindfulness is not synonymous with meditation. Mindfulness is one type of meditation, and it's actually a kind of watered down version of Vipassana, which is like insight meditation. But there are many different types of meditation. But they don't all work for everybody. They don't all work all the time, and some people don't like them. And meditation, because it is what you could call a religious aesthetic practice, is not something that is meant to be immediately helpful. A lot of times people sell it as though it's supposed to be this immediate cure-all kind of thing, but it's really not. It's the kind of thing that, as a Buddhist monk, I spent a decade training in how to several meditation practices. So meditation, it depends on the person. But some things you can do to recenter yourself: slow down your breathing. Try to breathe. Oh my God, it is 10 minutes before the end of the day. What did you say, Peach Poacher? one of the things which I go through is that when I have to give an interview or any presentation in front of somebody, I many times freeze on the spot and my thoughts go blank. What can I do to avoid this? That's also a really great question. So a freeze response is one of many stress responses. And it's very normal. And oh my gosh, kettle stick. Yeah, I got a lot of prismatic shards in one day. They all happen in this one day. Okay. Freeze response is a common stress response. It is basically your nervous system has said there's a threat happening here, and it is reacting to this threat. Pink cake. Heck yeah. And freezing up in front of a group, definitely very, very common. Very displeased. Okay. All right, got to do other things today. So what we can do about it is, first of all, stay connected to your breathing as much as you can. Truffle oil. All right. Don't ask me why. All right. I assume it's lube. Stay connected to your breathing. Practice breathing techniques. It can be things like box breathing. Box breathing is when you breathe in for 4 seconds, you hold it for 4 seconds, you breathe out for 4 seconds, and then you hold your breath being out for 4 seconds. This is something that the military uses a lot for people in combat to help keep them from going into a stress response. There's a lot of science behind this, but basically it is the difference between the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. And one is responsible for the fight and flight, and one is responsible for other things, and they always are in tension with each other. And by sort of hijacking that system, we can actually keep ourselves from going into a fight or flight response, which is essentially what freezing up is. I'm just missing this cow over and over. And so by doing this breathing, we can help keep ourselves from going into that space. I don't think this sheep produces milk. Yeah. So then what we can do, that's just one thing, right? Breathing. Practicing your breathing and keeping it measured. Another thing is to focus on physical sensations. When we start to panic or freeze up, it's often because we're also becoming less connected to our bodies. And so you can use anchor things like textures or something you can play with in your hand to keep yourself really grounded in your body. This can also be really helpful. And practice. Practice is one of the best things you can do. It's also kind of like an aversion therapy, because if you only ever get into this situation during presentation time and you don't get a lot of opportunities to practice otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for your body to feel not stressed and not have this big reaction to it. But if you give yourself lots of low stakes, low intensity opportunities to practice, you're more likely to not get into this heightened state because you'll desensitize yourself to it. So you can practice to the mirror. That's one of the ways that people often practice this sort of thing at first. You can try practicing to your computer and recording yourself and then watching it back, but be very gentle with yourself. Try not to get into hyper deep criticism or anything. But just, watching your videos, playing it back, seeing what you think, working on some things. This can also help you build a sense of mastery, which will make you also feel more confident because you can be like, okay, I know I've worked on these skills. I can see that I'm developing these sorts of things over time. Being good at presenting in front of a group is something that takes practice. And you can also, practice slowly in front of a small group of friends. Get a group of people together that you feel comfortable with, or one person, Or you can ask people, strangers on the internet. Be like, hey, will somebody watch me make this little presentation? And don't say anything to me about it. I just need an audience. There's probably someone out there who's willing to do that. That kind of thing. Does this help? Do you have more questions? What are you thinking about these answers? Peach poacher. 21st of summer. Okay, tomorrow is the dwarf's birthday. I don't know if I have access to the dwarf yet. You're so cute. Yeah, Peach Butcher, let me know if this is answering your questions. Well. Oh, I'm so glad you find it helpful and to the point. Yeah, you're right, Ditcherbron. I should just read them. I don't know why I don't. A lot of the time I'm just like, I'll read it later. I'm glad you find the information helpful, Peach Butcher. This is a lot of the stuff we talk about on these streams. So if you're interested in it, feel free to just, hang out anytime. I stream Tuesdays and Sundays. And love to have you. I am not personally a professional psychologist. I am, because I am an ordained Buddhist monk, I can operate as a sort of chaplain for therapy things. So I do practice that kind of sort of advice. Like some people might go to a local priest or something. I'm certified in psychological first aid, and I'm trained in how to do distress tolerance things, how to facilitate support groups. So I can do peer therapy, peer psychotherapy, which is different, and I use slightly different tools than someone who is strictly a professional psychologist might use. Hope that answers your question. But with Consent Academy as a whole, so Consent Academy, we are a nonprofit that teaches about consent as part of everyday life, including how to, social skills, relationship skills, how to make a good apology, how to deal with conflict. We kind of do the whole gambit. A lot of the people who work together on developing all of this. Oh, it's buffering a lot. Thank you for letting me know. We'll see. Let me close some tabs and other things running in the background. Hopefully that helps. I'm sorry it's buffering. But a lot of the people who work on all of this in the background are professional psychologists. We have a whole big group of people who write our classes and create our curriculum, working together, and a lot of them are in fact psychologists. The stream was behaving just fine earlier. I don't know why it's suddenly buffering so much. I'm excited to plant some seeds. Plant some pumpkins. Yeah, I'll have to look at OBS's sort of setup and settings and see if there's something I can do. Because I don't really have anything going on in the background. I'm using a wired internet connection. I don't have my VPN on. Nothing. The only thing that's running is OBS in this game. I mean, Steam is running, but I don't have any choice in that. All right, I'll not click those right now. Yeah, it might just be Twitch. I do think that's true that Twitch is sometimes just slow, but I prefer it if it's nice and smooth for everybody. All right, I'm gonna put all this stuff away. I need to have it all out. Can I tell you a little bit about the class that is happening on the 15th of December? So it's free. That's the first thing I want to tell you. Our consent basics classes are always free. If you were here earlier in the stream, we talked a little bit about the basics of consent, but it is an hour and a half long, and it is very informal and chill, and we'll be talking about our model of consent that we use, the different aspects of it, some skills for practicing consent, but also skills for setting boundaries and talking about consent when things go wrong, if they do go wrong, and helping make consent to be not a stressful topic. For a lot of people, they hear the word consent and they immediately get a little stressed out. They think, oh no, I don't want to make a mistake, or I don't want to think about times where my consent was violated. It's stressful, but we try to make it as not stressful a process as possible. And yeah, you're free to come and participate as much as you want, but you can also come and leave your camera off and just have your username be a little dot and be very quiet. There's no pressure. And yeah, you could ask any questions you want. And we'll talk about consent as part of daily life. Our consent classes are not usually focused on things like sexual consent, though we do certainly talk about that, especially if people have questions about it. We do mostly focus on just consent as an aspect of daily life. Look at a lot of scenarios, talk about how consent is involved in them. Oh man, chopping these trees is like so relaxing somehow. So peach posture, there's a lot of other things I can say about how to make rejection easier. So definitely come back for other streams. I don't have that much energy to talk too in depth about it, but we have classes that cover these sorts of things too, like our relationship skills series, how to make a good apology. We're going to do an accountability series coming up next year. We have a lot. Oh yeah, truffle oil. My pigs have not produced any truffles yet, so that's a little sad. I gotta wait until my one pig produces some truffles. Thank you, Sadina, for the recommendation. I really appreciate it. And if you're interested, Peach Poacher, if you join our Patreon at the lowest tier, which is $3 a month, you get access to our Discord server. Nice. We also have a mailing list if you want. So you can join our mailing list, just free, our Discord server, since we need to run it for work. Thank you, Aradin, for giving out the Patreon. But if you go to our website, you can sign up for our mailing list, and it also has our 2023 schedule on it. Let me also give you the, oh no, I closed out of everything. If you go to our website and look at the schedule, but you go to the 2022 section, you'll see the link for Thursday's class as well. All right. I don't have much gold. Let's make some more gold bars. I need more ore. That's always the one of the most common limiting factors to being able to make enough stuff in this game is like, I don't have enough ore. All right. I don't have that much energy left. Let's go to bed early tonight because I'm basically out of energy. So yeah, spontaneous trait transference and the mirror exposure effect are things we can use to help us make more friends. Good humor, let's do it. Go into the skull mines. Gotta say hello to all the animals. Gotta do quick, quick, quick. I mean, I have until whenever Pam gets to the bus stop. Thank you, Aradin. Don't forget about the shard. Yeah, I would totally have forgotten about that. Look at these eggs. It's so nice. The animals are very productive. All right, the pig is starting to look more adult, so hopefully it will produce me some truffles soon. That would be really nice. Very helpful. No, don't eat the egg. I think this, yeah, that's still a baby. Oh yeah, look at that truffle. Heck yeah, that's exciting. Jerry never has any milk. Did I get everybody? I don't know if I got everybody. 3, I think that is everybody actually. All right. What are my opinions on Andrew Tate? You know, I don't actually know Andrew Tate that well. I haven't actually interacted with any of his stuff. I've heard a lot of people talking about fear of him sort of like radicalizing kids and increasing sort of like negative behaviors in classroom spaces. And if that's the case, I think it's pretty bad. You know, I've heard that he says some pretty sexist things sometimes about sort of thinking that women should be property. And, you know, I definitely don't agree with that. Just put it bluntly. Like, yeah, I definitely don't agree with that mindset. And I don't think it's a good mindset to be spreading, especially with young guys, because one, in general, like that's definitely guaranteeing no one's going to want to date them, or it's going to be a lot harder for them to find someone to date, and it's going to be difficult for them to undo that mindset if they've been really internalizing it. So I think it's really unfortunate for them. You know, I think that he's popular because he's saying things people who feel really left out by society and feel maybe pretty hopeless about their lives want to hear. And I think that ends up being really appealing to a lot of people because they, like I said, they feel hopeless about their lives. They feel left out by society. They feel whatever. And I think that that's still something that needs to be addressed. Like, why is he appealing to people? Let's see here. Let's bring some other food that will heal me. Yeah, I like I said, I've never actually listened to his stuff, so I can't actually say if I would agree with any of it. I think that, no matter who you're talking about in the world, even the person who seems the most different from you in existence, if you really get to know them, you'll have more in common with them than is different. That's true of just like any human. So I tend to try not to be very judgmental about people. I think that if he says things that are very sexist or racist or whatever, I'll disagree with those for sure, and want to push back against them. But I think we're good to go to the mines. I would have to actually listen to his stuff. I've only seen things about him very peripherally. Yeah. So what's some of the stuff that you feel like he speaks to that is interesting to you? I'm going to get in Pam's way and she'll go faster. Not very consensual, but we'll see. Yes. Oh, she went faster for a moment. Rough. All right. Let's go to the desert. Yes. Yes. I'm so excited. I'm gonna actually be able to defend myself in the skull mines. Galaxy sword. That's very exciting, y'all. Very exciting indeed. Thank you all for hanging out with me so much today. It's been really nice. It's a nice longer stream. I think this is the longest I've ever streamed. It's been like 4 hours already. Wow. But it's gone by really fast, and I've really been enjoying it. Oh no, get away from me. Yes. So much more effective. This is like 3 times the damage. Nice. I do need slime, so I gotta... What's my name? My name's Ariana. Aha, get away from me. Oh no. Yes. All right, let's just use a bomb over here. Oh gosh, get away from me, little dragon dude. No, get back here. Oh my gosh, my health is so low. I gotta heal before I die. I'm gonna speed eat sashimi. Oh no. No, 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 no. Speed eat sashimi. Didn't work. Didn't work. All right. So we were talking about earlier how to make friends and why so many of us are so lonely. And as I mentioned, I'm definitely going to spend a while on this topic, and I'm going to give special attention to the issue of why so many men don't have friends and what's going on there as well, and this particular social and structural barriers to it, and what we can do about it, because I think that it's just really not okay. And I also want to talk about, just skills for developing friendships. And we were talking about some ideas. So one of the things I mentioned that was a challenge, how do you make friends if you're an introvert? So basically, one of the things I talked about earlier, and I think it's good to review this, is the idea that figure out where the places you feel comfortable. If your current lifestyle is not presenting the opportunity for you to meet people to make friends with, or isn't facilitating the development of friendships, there are going to be things that you need to change. There are definitely things that are structural barriers to making friends that are like out of our control, like car dependency and lack of public transit. And if you don't have a car, you can't afford gas, or if everybody lives really far away, or there's no place to go with friends, like these are all things that are really outside of the individual's control. Or not living in an area where there's a lot of people available to become friends with, or, neurodivergence, or, social things, or anxiety. These are all things that are, in some ways, very much out of our control. But if you're an introvert, what I recommend doing is thinking about if you have any people who are already kind of your friends, focus on trying to develop those relationships. Reach out to those people, try to connect with them in any way you can, and develop that. But if you don't have a lot of people that you're like, yeah, I'm already kind of friends with them and I can develop this friendship, or even if you do have that, think about where are the places that you feel safe and comfortable to go? Where are the places that within the stuff that makes you feel safe and comfortable that gives you the opportunity to develop friends? Like, I feel really comfortable going to movie theaters, but movie theaters don't really give me that many opportunities to meet people, right? They're usually everyone's staring silently in one direction. If you start trying to talk to a stranger at a movie theater, they're going to think you're weird. But where are places that I like to go that do promote friendships? Like, I like playing tabletop games. So if I go to board game stores and I'm there during event nights, maybe I don't talk to anybody at first. Maybe I just go a few times, and maybe I go, and you're allowed to go and say, I'm going to go, and I'm just going to go for 15 minutes. But again, it's a little bit of, you want to desensitize yourself to the stress of going out and doing things in public. If that gets you really amped up in a way that you don't enjoy, give yourself baby steps for it. Just practice getting used to going out and doing those things. And if you've not gone out in a long time, or you do get really anxious, it'll be hard to tell necessarily where you feel the most comfortable going out, and you may need to try a few times before you get really good data. What is the notification? Oh, thank you, Nate Snoods, for the follow. Yeah, it is a little silly that I think that movies are seen as a standard first date thing because you don't really get to know people. I think dinner in a movie is okay because it's a little low pressure. You kind of acclimatize to being next to each other, and then like it's kind of, oh gosh, don't kill me, zombies. It gives you sort of like a positive thing, or it creates like a structure on something to talk about, so you don't have to necessarily think about things to talk about. Oh, I hate these levels. They're so difficult. So then, spend some time figuring out, where do you feel comfortable? Where's the nice cross section of places that feel okay to be in and will give you the opportunity to make friends? And like meet people and talk to people, right? If it doesn't give you the opportunity to strike a conversation ever, it's going to be harder. Now, this doesn't have to mean that you go and you immediately start just like being on and like performing and making tons of friends. Like, no, it's going to take time. But what you can do is slowly acclimatize yourself to it. And then, all right, I'm going to have to kill all of them to find the stairs. No, I forgot about that. Oh no, you got me so bad. And then what you can do is, give yourself a time limit. Make it really structured and just say, okay, 15 minutes. I can spend 15 minutes at this, Magic the Gathering night or whatever. Some places are more conducive, right? Like going to the gym, not necessarily, it might be good for your self-esteem. It might be good for your, exercise can help fight depression, and it might be good for other things, but might not be the best place for making friends. It could be. I can't necessarily say the culture in a gym is really dependent on the people who go, but some places are more conducive to making friends than others. So kind of focus on the places that are that sweet intersection between I feel comfortable being here and it gives me the opportunity to interact with new people who are also regulars. And you can, I just saw you said something, Poacher, so give me a second. I got to get away from these slimes that are going to eat my face. And then I can answer your question. All right. You said, I have some friends where I live, but I don't have any true friend with whom I can share my insecurities or be vulnerable in front of them. Yeah, it's very common. One of the sources we looked at today was saying that a very large percentage of people have no friends at all. And that's, it's an epidemic of loneliness. And it's something that is mostly not your fault, right? I mean, this is not to say that I think some percentage of it is your fault, but most of it is systemic. It is a structural thing where we don't really teach people how to make friends in school. We don't teach people how to maintain friendships. We tend to feel like if there's ever any conflict in a friendship, it means the friendship is over, rather than teaching people how to move through conflict. We don't teach people how to open up, how to share, how to know what's appropriate and what's oversharing. None of that. We don't talk about any of that. And it's so rough. And that's also not your fault. So if you're shy, start with places you feel comfortable and just use the mere exposure effect. Go and try to become a regular. A regular doesn't mean you spend literally all your time someplace. It just means you go, maybe once a week and the same day every week. And like I said, you can start very, very small with like, I'm going to go for 15 minutes and see how I feel. And write down before you go and after you go how it feels. Start to track it. See if you become more and more comfortable with something over time. You probably will. And it's okay if you don't, but it may take even longer than you imagine. But getting yourself used to going places and just being there. Keep track of your breathing. I will definitely come back to that many times. It's a very important skill. I don't need these bones. I can get rid of these. And let me go ahead and read these secret notes. Get them out of my inventory. Older bachelors. Cute. What people like. Oh, 100 level in the skull cavern. Someone's waiting for me. Nice. So, yeah, and then if you want to become deeper friends with people, but you're introverted, start with small questions. Start with, increasing the time you spend together. Talk about things in your life. It doesn't have to be immediately like opening up about all of your deepest fears and your darkest traumas or anything. It can be just practice talking about how you feel about Star Wars or something. One of the things that people often make a mistake about is they immediately jump to hard mode. They jump to like sharing on hard mode and they don't build up the tolerance for and the skills, but also they don't build up the habit of talking about things when they're not so intense, but practicing it. So start with talking about like a deep conversation about why you like Star Trek or Star Wars, or why this video game is, or how does this music make you feel? What does it make you think of? Little things, right? But that are still vulnerable. It's still sharing. And that can be a good way to practice. Really start with things that are easier. And if you get any kind of rejection or your friend is like, oh, that's stupid, I don't want to talk about that, or I don't know, that is low stakes because you're not being rejected about something really meaningful to you. You can also try and just saying to the people you are friends with, hey, I would like to develop this friendship more. How do we do that? How do you want to prioritize this friendship with me? I want to get to know you better. Or I want to become closer friends with you. Are you interested in that? Now, sometimes people respond negatively to that, right? Some people don't like it if it's very direct. Some people get really shy. Some people are afraid of this. But if someone rejects you or sets a boundary with you, it's really important to remember it's not about you. People set boundaries for millions of reasons. It is highly unlikely it has anything to do with you. And if they reject you, it probably has more to do with how they feel about being emotionally vulnerable themselves and their level of practice and comfort with it than it has anything to do with you, right? It's very, very normal for a lot of people to feel very uncomfortable with any kind of emotional intimacy or closeness. We tell people all the time, don't do it. Don't do it. You'll seem whatever kind of thing. Like that's what girls do, or that's what gay people do. And we have homophobia around that. And this leads men, especially, to having few friends, but also can lead women to having few friends because they can be afraid of being close with each other. And so practicing talking about things, simple things, getting close on that. Make it so that it doesn't feel so scary. Get some practice with it. Also, another thing you can do is practice what's called active and reflective listening. I think If you look at our VODs, you can do them on Twitch or you can do it on YouTube. I have one titled Why You Suck at Communication. I know it's a very clickbaity title, but it talks about what is active and reflective listening and how to do it. And we also talk a little bit about the idea of listening as editing. And those are skills that will also help deepen your connections with friends and will help make your friendships deeper, because a lot of the time, a lot of us kind of suck at conversation, and we especially suck at taking conversations to any place that are deep, interesting, vulnerable. Like, even just having an interesting conversation is difficult for a lot of us. And so, yeah, look at those skills, practice them. Practice them when it's easy. Practice them with, like, the random people, the barista or the person behind the checkout counter. Practice some active listening with them. Ask them how their day is, and then really listen to what they say, and then refer back to what they've said. You can say things like, wow, that sounds so interesting, or it sounds like you've had a super busy day, or whatever, and get that skill, get that practice. Even if you're already pretty good at this sort of thing, it never hurts to practice more. It will really, really go a long way. The better you are at it, the more fluid you can be with these skills, the better. The more you will benefit from them. Rodden, you said, never let your guard down. You have to always be strong, or at least appear to be strong. All these crappy things that people say. Yeah, I mean, it's really important that, we give ourselves the opportunity to let our guard down with other people and to connect. It's just sad if we don't. Even though it's scary, right? It's for sure scary. I'm gonna run over here. Yes. Oh man, I love these guys when they get their little shells blown off. They look so cute and weird. All right. Oh no. Come on, little guy. Yes. I'm going to heal, even though it's 1:40 a.m. Just don't want to... Arad, you said, yeah, I don't think that the stream likes it when you mine, as it is freezing more, and I can still hear you fine, but it does seem to freeze for a few seconds every 20 to 30 seconds. That's rough. That's rough. I wonder why. It's very confusing to me. So I've got a brand new... Oh, yeah, look at that. Chance to find coal doubled, absolutely. All right, I think I'm going to do one more day, and then I'm going to want to stop. Still got to eat dinner, and it's like 8. All right, fortune teller, what's up today? Very happy. Yeah, but I don't want to go to the mines again. 2 days in a row. I'm good. Linus, send me a letter. Ariel, you're lucky I found you last night. You were unconscious and someone was searching your pockets. I have no idea how much money they took, but they ran away as soon as I approached. Be more careful. Yep. Will do. So yeah, I think that's the best way, I would say, to deepen friendships. Get practice with talking about these things. Get practice with it not feeling scary to go to vulnerable places. But start with things that are easy and not scary and not sad if you get, if someone doesn't, because this is an idea called emotional bids, basically. Emotional bids are this idea that we ask for emotional connection in all different ways with each other all the time. The Gottman Institute is the group that came up with it. And it's very much this idea that in many different ways, every day, people are asking for emotional connection with each other. And we often ignore these bids, and that makes us lonelier. And it also makes our relationships grow slower or not grow at all. And sometimes people don't know how to pick up on these bids. Sometimes people are afraid of responding to the bids positively. Sometimes people, don't want to go that place with you. That's the other thing is like if you have a friend and you want to go and deepen the relationship and they're not feeling it, it's again not about you. They might just have other people that they've already connected with in that way and they feel stressed about the idea of doing it with someone new. They may not want that kind of connection in their life in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with you at all. They could, just be afraid. They could, whatever. There's a million reasons why they don't want to connect in that way. It has nothing to do with you. And it's less stressful if you start with things that are really simple and like chill to try to connect deeper about and get practice with. And even if they're the kind of person who, if you tried and immediately said, like, I want to talk about, how I feel about my childhood dog dying, and they might say, dude, I want to talk about that. That's too much. They might be that kind of person. But if they get practice with you, talking about things that are more vulnerable, and they get adjusted to it, they're less likely to feel afraid of going those places as well. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to move some things around. I don't need to look to the top. I got to get the milk pail. Yeah, so hope that answers your questions, Peach Poacher. This is obviously not like every possible answer I could say. These are just some suggestions that are sort of general principles of things that could help. Now, even if you have all the skills in the world and you're like super socially savvy and amazing, does not guarantee that connecting deeply with friends is easy or that it even will be successful. Because a lot of it also comes down to circumstances and luck. And that has nothing to do with you and won't be your fault if it doesn't work. Just life. Which, is not always the thing people want to hear. Sometimes people really want to hear that there is control. It's often more stressful to think that, like, I don't have the ability. 50 slime. How many slime do I have? 30. Oh, rough. Rough. I've like thrown the slime away so many times. Difficult. All right, I will read that note. I'm going to put that in there. Abigail's diary. I love to eat. Blackberry cobbler. All right, nice. Yeah, more about older bachelors. So yeah, developing friendships is really difficult. And there's so many ways in which it can be completely out of our control if we do or don't have friends. And that can feel really rough because I think a lot of the time we just want friends, right? Like, I know for me, it can be that way a lot. I want more friends. I want to connect with people. It's not easy. I do my best to be really gentle and kind with myself and how I talk to myself about things. I try to be also real with myself. Like, there are ways in which I know I don't respond to bids for friendship and overtures for friendship. Some of it has to do, again, with my, like, COVID risk profile, how comfortable I feel with taking risks around things like COVID. I have friends who are, like, literally running orgies and, hanging out with, like, hundreds of people. And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I don't really want to take that risk right now. And then I have other people that they're very cool and they're very busy and I would love to be friends with them, and it just might never ever work because we might just be living such different lives. It'll be hard for us to connect with each other in that way. and we'll have to just sort of admire each other from afar, and that's also okay. Some of these things, yeah, are within my control. Some of these things are outside of my control. And with the things that are inside of my control, you know, like being consistently reaching out to friends. In Seattle, I feel like I did a pretty good job with some friendships. Like I had regular hangouts with Kettlestick. We would have dinner together pretty often and play board games, and we would sometimes invite other people. When Game of Thrones was still happening, we watched Game of Thrones together, and he tolerated my really silly plans. Like I made cocktails that were like named after things from the show. Mocktails mostly, not stuff that actually had alcohol in it, but sometimes. And would politely say no when he wasn't interested, which I also appreciated. But yeah, just kind of making things regular and low key. You missed the mocktail day? I could have sworn you were there, and then I was like, Giant's milk, but maybe not. Anyway, there are lots of ways. Just making it low key. That's also one of those things, like just have regular hangouts. Just say like every Wednesday, you know, a standing invitation to come have dinner at my place. You know, I'll cook. If you come, bring a side, right? Or, you know, don't worry about it. Whatever you want to do. Or like we'll order pizza together and like share the cost of pizza. Whatever you want to do. But making it regular is also a really, really, really good way to help make it so that you build those relationships. Huh. I guess you weren't there for that. Steel watering can. I think I'm going to go upgrade this to the gold one. Because why not? I have 5 gold bars. Let me get a few more. 5 gold bars is not that many. Ugh, I need so much more coal. Let me go break open some of these geodes and see if I get any coal. They're the only geodes, right? Now these other things have stuff inside of them. All right, let's go. So those are some ways that you can develop friendships. And get better at dealing with rejection. And yeah, these are really good questions, Peach Poacher. I really appreciate you asking them. And hanging out. It's very nice. All right. Process geodes. Let's do this first. Rock. Oh, wow. Special. Pixite. Oh, yeah. Single iridium ore. Fancy. Fancy, fancy. I mean, 10 gold ore is still pretty good. Dolomite. I like this sound effect. Fluorapatite. Geminite. Malachite. Malachite is one of my favorite stones. Petrified slime. Neptunite. Rocks. Ocean stone. I don't think I've gotten that one before. Helvite. More rocks. Oh yeah, coal. This is great. 10 coal. That's amazing. Ghost crystal. What? Celestine. Oh yeah, look at that. More coal. Yes, I'm so excited. Last one. Lemon stone. Upgrade tools. Nate's Nudes. Thank you. Thank you. I am having a good day, and it's nice to hang out with you all. Let's do a gold watering can. That's expensive. All right. What do I need so much coal for? I don't know. I didn't have any more. I was out of coal. All right. Any of this Gunther stuff? Yeah, there's a couple things. Let's go sell some stuff to Gunther. Wrong way. Down. Donate to the museum. Whoa, I got a bunch of stuff to donate. That's actually pretty exciting. Nice. Getting closer to completing it. Yeah, you need one coal to make a bar, and it's just time consuming to get coal. Let's say hi to Sam. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Mark. It's good to see you again. Goodbye for now. Okay, I will accept that boundary. Maybe now that my mother has her bus driving job back, I can start saving more money. Things looking a little brighter. I'm so glad, Penny. I want you to have a nice life. Rock rejuvenation. Hey, I'm going to invite some friends over to do rock rejuvenation ceremony, but I need some crystals. Do you think we can lend me a hand? Let's see what you need. Let's see. What do you need? Ruby, topaz, emerald, and jade, and amethyst. Hopefully I have all of those. I should. Let's go find out. Music is really nice and relaxing. Yeah. So we talked a lot about barriers to friendship. We talked about consent. We talked about barriers to friendship. We talked about some ways to develop friendship. We talked about sort of some systemic issues that make friendship harder. Okay, I have a ruby. I have an amethyst. What else did I need? Topaz. Ruby, topaz, emerald, and jade. I think I got all of those. Emerald, and I will give you one of my precious jades, Emily. I will do it. That's fine. We also talked about some things like spontaneous trait transference, which is this idea that you should speak positively about people. Because if you speak, people tend to associate with you the things you say about other people. And we have this idea of spontaneous trait inference, which is that people tend to associate with you things that they feel they observe you doing. So if they see you being nice to someone, helping someone, they're more likely to believe that you are a nice and helpful person, even if they only see you doing it one time. All right, let's go I think Emily's going to be in the saloon. Oh no, there she is. Hey, hey. All right, I got to move all these things up here. Wait, no, I don't need the lemon stone. I need the frozen tear. I need the gold. I need this topaz. I need this amethyst. I think that was everything. Why'd you walk away? I'm trying to give you the things you asked for, Emily. Okay, nice. 1,000 gold. Nice, nice, nice. I'm going to say hi to you as well. Hi. Hello there, Ariel. I feel lazy today. Yeah, me too. Most days. All right, fried calamari. Let's get those two. I like to buy the food here. And let's get some pizza for Sam. Let's get a coffee for the dude. What's his name? The doctor dude? See if we can find Sam or the doctor dude. No, don't drink the coffee. Oh, no, you locked the door already. That's fine. All right, Sam, you got to be around. I got to give you coffee. Not coffee, pizza. Pizza, pizza, pizza. There you are. Yeah. Yeah, this is my absolute favorite. Yeah, mine too. I love pizza. One sec, I got to beat this level. Yep, yep, yep. All right. So I got a frozen tier I could give to Sebastian. Salads. Could give to Leah. Nice. Let's go see if I can find Leah and give her some salad. So another thing you can do to promote friendships is just remember what people like. Remember little things. I usually keep a notes app that says like what kind of cake my friends like, or food they really love or don't like, or if they say that something is their favorite movie. It's kind of hard to remember all that stuff. But if I'm making a friend with somebody, I try to keep track of that and I put it in my notes app so that later, if I'm hanging out with them, I can call upon that and just be like, right, they said they really love this thing or they really don't like this thing. And I also try to do that if they set a boundary. Like if I have a friend who says that they really don't like being touched or don't want to be hugged, I can give a lot of hugs sometimes, so I like to try to be mindful of that. And so I'll write in my notes app that a friend doesn't like being hugged. You don't have to do this, right? Like for some people, this is too fussy, and that's totally fair. Like if that's too much for you, that's totally legit. But for me, because I'm kind of forgetful, because I have ADHD and like can get really hyper, before I hang out with someone, I like to review what my notes app says so I can remember like, oh yeah, they said they don't like it if I do this thing, so I'll be mindful not to do it again. Or they really love hugs and they love it if they're really like intense. I can remember to do that again. So it doesn't mean that I have to just perform for other people, or it doesn't mean like I just try to fit whatever's in my notes app. Not at all. Let's say hi to Marnie. My nephew Shane has been staying in my place the last few months. He helps me out with the chicken, so I'm not complaining. But it means that within my boundaries and within the things I do and don't enjoy, I can make more choices. Or I can also make choices to say, I don't really love hugs, but this friend loves hugs and I want to give them one. Yeah, oh, exactly. This is what I wanted. Thank you. I have like no friends in this town so far. The sound of farm animals is great, isn't it? Yep. I gotta give so many gifts to people so I can make more friends. Giving gifts to people can be nice, but you have to be very careful with that because you can definitely take it too far. I talked about that earlier in the stream. Someone who gave me things worth a lot of money, and it made me very, very uncomfortable very quickly because I didn't really know them that well, and I was not sure like what their expectations were. They bought like really expensive tickets for me and my partner to go to things, and we were not feeling good about it. I would like a cute girl to bring me a flounder. I don't have any flounder. Rodney said, the nice thing about digital notes is that they never, or effectively never, run out of room. It's absolutely true. And it's really nice because I can always check them again later. Not check them again later. Check them on other apps. That's what I'm trying to say. Like if I have an app that I can access like on my computer, but also access in other places, it's really helpful. And all right, let's make some more wine. This will be definitely my last day. I'm getting a little tired. I don't think I have the stamina for like 14-hour streams. Some of the streamers that I really like, one of them was doing a 12-hour Elden Ring stream yesterday, and I was like, too much. I mean, like, good on you. I'm glad you did that because I got to benefit from watching you do that, but like, also, I'm tired now thinking about that. I couldn't do that. He was trying to see if he could get to level 99, new game plus 99, in under 12 hours. Did not succeed, but had a good time, and it was nice to hang out. So as I'm kind of winding down, I do want to say, if you are new here and you enjoyed this, check out our other videos, and if you like that too, consider giving us a follow. It's free and it helps. You can also check out our past videos. Not all of them have been pushed over, but a lot of them have on YouTube, and it's always nice if you're watching this on YouTube to give it a like and a comment. That makes a big difference. But you can also check out our website and our other classes, because that is the primary thing we do, is we teach classes. This is some of our free programming that we like to do as community outreach and to just sort of promote consent culture. But there are lots of other ways to engage with us. You can also follow us on social media. I'm going to put the socials up. We have lots of social media stuff, post stuff pretty regularly. We also have a book. If you want to learn more about consent, we have a book called The Consent Primer. You can get it on Amazon or Powell's Books. It's not very expensive. Like, it's really not very expensive. We tried to make it really accessible. And if it's too much for you, your local library probably will have it as well. It also makes a great gift. I've given it to a lot of people over the years, and they've all really appreciated it. So I do recommend it. I need to have a place just to put all my finished food. I really need to organize these. And if you want to join our Discord server, you can check us out on Patreon. Patreon, we also have a lot of exclusive content, like our podcast, where we talk about different kinds of media and from a consent lens. And we have exclusive articles, and you can get discounts on classes and all kinds of nice stuff. I do really recommend our Patreon. It also helps us save up to pay a stipend to some of our volunteers. We put our Patreon behind, or our Discord behind a Patreon wall, not because we think we're like hot shit or anything, but just because we are a nonprofit. This is literally my job. We need funding, and it takes a lot of work to run a Discord and to really maintain it, and especially because people often want to ask for advice there, which is totally allowed. And also, it helps keep trolls at bay. We do sometimes interact with trolls, and it's a little way, if someone's going to come onto the Discord and troll, they can do that, but it's a buffer. And it's a way to make, a small monthly donation to a nice nonprofit that is going to make the world a better place. I need slime. Still need slime. Yeah, it also does help it be a safer place given the subject matter. That is absolutely true. And that is one of our goals, right? People often talk about pretty vulnerable things there. It's important that that feels safe to people. No, I mean, like, if you really trolled, we would kick you out, of course. But we still have that $3. Good business, right? Anyway, I'm going to stop here for today. Thank you all for hanging out with me. This was almost 5 hours. This is pretty cool. I really enjoyed this. It has been really lovely. Thank you to everybody who's been here. And if you're watching it on the VOD, thank you for watching it there as well. I hope you all have a really great rest of your day and a good week. And I'll be back on Sunday with Ash to talk more about consent in the holidays, and including more tips for what to do if you accidentally leave your laptop connected to Bluetooth speakers and you're watching porn in your family's house, and how do you navigate that conversation or whatever. We'll talk about all kinds of silly and fun things. And it was really, really nice to hang out with you all today, and I will see you next time. Bye!